Yo, 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 welcome to Made to Think with your host, Ninjam. Now, I have been waiting for this special guest for a long time. He's my brother. He's well known in Saigon. He's got an amazing story that is not only heartwarming, but it's extremely, extremely influential and it will inspire you to never say never. This gentleman has been through everything you could possibly imagine, and he still maintains a very positive attitude. And he's always been very kind to me. He throws some of the best parties in Saigon, and I'm quite honored to be his brother, a very talented and special human being. I would like to introduce the one and only Trey. How are you, brother?
Where is he? I don't see him. I don't see him. Where is he? Oh, that's me. I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm
Thank you
brilliant. Yes.
for your make made to think with you, Ninja, the original ninja.
All right. So, for the listeners out there that don't know you, please introduce yourself briefly.
In a nutshell, my name is Three. In Vietnamese, it's Three with an accent. In America, we don't say that. They say 2E, like a two and an E.
I just want to start right from the beginning for the listeners that don't know the background. Where were you born exactly, and what's so different about the very beginning of your life compared to your average person?
So I was born in Vietnam, but I was born during the war, at the end of the war, 1971. The war ends in 1975. So I'm was born in Sa Dec or Dum Thap, which is in the Mekong Delta. So my and what happened was my mother got really really sick, and she, of course, because of the war, um, didn't know how to take care of me, so she took me to uh, the nun or a church where there are nuns. So she knows that I could get food there. Her plan was to come back after the war and take me home. But during that time, I contracted polio through the contaminated water.
And
And
this was when you was at the age of one, when you
yeah,
could.
when I have actually only one picture where I'm not disabled, and that's
Wow.
when you can see me sitting on the curb. My legs are fat. I'm not walking or anything, but I'm sitting there, but my legs are fat, and I was there, clearly not sick yet.
Wow. So when did you move from your birth town to Ho Chi Minh City?
Well, most likely after getting polio when I was one, so that would be like 1972. Probably 1973, just because the fighting is really intense down in the Mekong Delta. I mean, you have the army, uh, um, running Operation Phoenix, which is basically a slash and burn. You know, come destroy your house and everything, and then ask questions, later type thing.
Wow.
And so I probably came up to Saigon in '73 due to medical needs to and having food and whatnot. I guess for my survival, I was in an orphanage in Saigon called Alambi. Alambi is, I think it's a Australian word that kind of just means a place to shack up before moving on. Kind of
Wow.
like is the name of the orphanage, and then I wasn't by my original family. They had tried to adopt another child from Vietnam before me, and he is also he's not my blood brother. He's my older brother by birth country, but he had severe scoliosis. He also got polio, and he was mentally delayed. So the for him to immigrate to America, the U.S. government needs to put him up at a home for like 6 months, 8 months, or whatever, however long, and they need to see that he can learn something. They need to see that he can progress. So they put my brother up at a home. To do that, they had a caretaker that fed him. He was able to learn whatever, but during that time they wanted to still adopt. So then I came up on the list. So I was like their second choice while they waited for my brother. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
So you moved from this church in Sa Dec to a place in Ho Chi Minh City because you were sick. Where was you staying in Ho Chi Minh City? Was that part of the church or you were staying in a
Oh
hospital?
yeah, well that's that orphanage called Alambi.
Right. Okay.
And then
And
that's like that's sort of down by the airport.
do you have any memories of that at all?
Well, it's like one of those things, like for the longest time, my memories weren't concrete because of the war. I know that when I came to America, uh, I was definitely afraid to go outside. And that's probably because, in Vietnam, you have all the bombings, you have all the shooting, you have all
Yeah.
the noises of war,
Yeah. The
you know,
fear. Yeah. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I mean, again, a lot of times what happens with adopted people and it happens young is you get torn away from your mother, and then all of a sudden you're not loved in that
Yeah.
way, and that is very traumatizing and will last, and it still lasts to this day to a certain degree, in that it's hard for me to open up, my heart because I'm afraid of being um, losing it. You know what I'm
Sure.
saying?
Yeah.
Um,
So you were adopted and moved to the States with a really amazing family. But how did your new parents find out about you and why did they choose you especially?
Again, I don't think it was choosing me especially. I think it was just that I was next on the list.
Wow.
I mean,
So,
it's a lottery ticket. It's not like the luxury of now where you can adopt, where you can see like five or six or seven different portfolios of different kids, and then you can kind of pick and choose to see what they look like, or whatever. A lot of times in war, when you're adopting, you get what you get. You
wow.
know,
But did you know if they was there a lot of children on that list at the time?
well, I mean, of course. I mean, there was uh, a lot of agencies that are trying to help the kids from that are victims of war. There was a program. Um, I mean, my organization that I came through was called Friends for All Children.
Right.
But then, like I have friends that ended up emigrating because they were um, like one of them, his name is Tan. He had gone into a foxhole to hide from the GIs that were coming through his village. One GI threw a grenade down the foxhole that it was in, killed his mother, his sister, his
Jesus.
one of the girls that was his neighbor, and tore out his throat. And so that group, the Committee of Responsibility, take children that are disabled by the war, bring them to America so they can get medical equipment. So I meant medical care. I mean, he had his throat torn out. He was then sort of ended up in a foster home with the DeWolf family. The DeWolf family are very well known because they adopted like 20, 30 kids from Korea to Vietnam to all over the place. And there's another friend of mine that he was in the countryside of Da Nang, just swimming in the swimming hole with his other friends, but it was a kid, and they were hit by a bomb and shattered his leg, and so that his leg he never grew again, so it's really short, but his leg bones fused together.
Oh my
You know,
God. So
and
at one point you were listed as abandoned, and it was said that nobody visited you for at least 3 years of the first part of your life, which I guess that's had an effect on you even today, right? Like you said,
well, I mean, when you're in the orphanage in the countryside, it's not that the adults really take care of you because they have to deal with other stuff. It's really the person that ended up carrying me around and making sure that I got the shots or whatever medical care I needed because of my polio turned out to be this woman who is 7 years older than me. So
right,
it's like still the young kids take care of the babies,
right.
and the adults that take care of the larger pictures, like provide food and cooking and all that other stuff that we can't do. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they have healthcare workers or nurses to be able to attend to the kids. Usually it's just the other kids become the parent of the small kids.
And that still goes on today. Like the kids take care of the
Oh yeah, I
family.
mean
Which
that's why like Asian cultures, you know, like in China, they want the men like boys to be born first
mm,
because you know they carry the family name. But in a lot of the countryside, they'd rather have girls first because then they could take care of the younger ones that when they're born, they'll be able to take over the cooking and cleaning and all that to help the mother out in the countryside more. So women are more prized, I think, in that way because
right.
of the youthfulness. I mean, guys, we're good at blowing shit up. You know what I'm saying?
So if you had to really like pick your brain now and just say like what was your first clear memory of living in Vietnam for that first 3 years? Do you have a
No,
clear
but
memory?
see,
Not nothing
I mean,
clear.
the thing is, I think it was all very traumatizing, and
Yeah.
I can't pinpoint and go like because when I was in Vietnam, I was thinking in Vietnamese, and then when
Yeah.
I came to America, I was thinking something different in
Yeah.
English.
Yeah.
So the thing is, honestly, my memories aren't concrete in that way, but they come up in deja vu's.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
sort of
cool.
like when I come across a situation or a smell or like a certain sound, it kind of triggers a flashback, and then I kind of like it's not really that clear, but it's like something familiar about it. And I'll be like, dude, I've been here, I've done this already, you know,
Yeah.
type. It's not like I remember the first time I climbed up the slide when I had polio. I don't have that kind of memory.
So I mean, for me personally, I just remember I think it was Christmas and I was probably two or three, and I got one of these bird's eye like airplanes and an airport, for kids. I
Yeah.
remember playing with that. So I went on Google and checked what year that came out, and it was like 1980. So that's my only first memory. Anyway,
Well,
so
my first memories, if you want that, is more like once I came to America, I was still afraid to sleep alone. So a
yeah,
lot of times, even though I'm like I was like three and was four when I came in 1974. So I was three.
wow,
Um, um, I remember climbing over the my crib and like sleeping under the bed.
nice.
You
That's
know what I'm
awesome.
saying? Or like one of my first gifts was this giant stuffed bear, and I would crawl up into that and just have him hug me.
That's
Like
beautiful.
my real first memories.
Now, your new parents that adopted you, and they opted for what we call a multicultural family. Family. What was the inspiration for this? I guess it's a bit like Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. They did the same thing, right?
Well, no, they didn't do the same thing. Brad Pitt and Angela Jolie did what we did. We
Right.
came
Okay.
first. I'm
You came
sorry.
first. Now, I just
Yeah,
before we get into that, was there any money involved back then? Because I know to adopt a child now, it costs you like 20 grand. It's a different
of
ball game.
course, everything costs money. You have to prove that you can take care of the child. It's not just you get him and then, you know, whatever happens, happens. You know, with my family in America, their special situation was my father is the direct grandson of Thomas Watson, and Thomas Watson is the founder of IBM.
That's
So my
amazing.
grandmother is the daughter of IBM, and my father is the oldest son. So they had money. So my mother, who is from Iowa and very simple and did not grow up in wealth or anything like that, she then, because of like being a conscientious objector during the war and whatnot, I mean, like she had um, I mean, her story is extraordinary too. Like during college, she did an exchange program and went to school in India. I think that's sort of how she got her worldliness. I mean, she met Nehru. You know what I'm saying? There's a picture of my mom and Nehru when she was in college. It's crazy. But she married. She was adopted kind of, or uh, stayed with the Suits. The Suits were big in Bollywood when they first came out, and so her experiences was a lot in India. So the thing is, like, of our family makeup, right? They have a natural child, which is the oldest. Then my brother, who is Vietnamese, who is the really disabled, was the next. He's actually the oldest. Then I have an Afro Swedish sister. Uh, Her dad was from Oakland, California. Her mom was from Sweden. They adopted them because they lived in Berkeley. Then I have a sister from Bombay, and now known as Mumbai. They went and got her when she was like a couple weeks old, I guess. And then I came, which I come from the Vietnam War. And then my other sister came. She is from Goa, from India. She has polio in one leg and really had it rough early. So she was then adopted into a family unit. Then my sister from Bombay came, and then my youngest brother, who is my mother's and her second husband's son. So we have six brothers and sisters in America, and you can see that we're highly diverse.
So you moved to Berkeley under a new name, the Buckner family, and you described the whole family as the Buckner bunch. A bit like the Brady bunch.
Yeah, because we had three guys, three girls. Come on. And that was the prevailing show, Leave It to Beaver and the Brady Bunch were um, funny because those were there weren't back then a lot of families that adopted or had large families. It was normally one or two kids. That's it. So since there was a TV show about three boys and three girls, and we were a family of three boys and three girls, Brady, Buckner, it's the same.
So you've gone from being basically abandoned for nearly 3 years and jumping around and contracting this polio and feeling obviously terrified with the
Well, thank
war,
God.
and now and
I,
now,
I came to America. My first years in America were just about hospitals.
yeah,
It's funny. I learned my American name because of a hospital.
wow,
You know,
wow,
my
on the
my, my American name is Gentry Win Buckner, right? Um, Gentry is actually a family name passed down from the Mayflower or something like that. Win, because my Vietnamese name was Win Quoc Three, and the way they spell Win in Vietnamese is weird. But my mom said when I came, I looked like a winner, so she made my middle name be Win, and then Buckner is old family name. So the thing is, that I didn't know my name, and when I came to America, I would go to the hospitals a lot because of all the contractions in my legs and stuff like that because of polio. The muscle dies, but the bone still grows. So then what ends up happening is that muscles tighten up and they contract. So when I came to America, my legs were actually at a right angle. I couldn't put them in front of me because my hip flexors were all tight. So I spent, you know, how many years I had an 18-hour operation where they took my hip flexors out, and then I had an operation where my brother took that muscle and strung his back to try to help correct his scoliosis
wow,
at the same time. And that was like a 12-hour operation.
Jesus. So what does polio actually do to the body? It attacks the nervous system
So
or the
what it
muscle?
does, it kills the muscle. And
Wow.
so the thing is, the muscle doesn't grow anymore. And because of atrophy and all that, it ends up tightening up. And if you're growing, your bones will keep on growing. They'll be stunted because the muscle's pulling that direction, but it basically will contract. And
So
so
it,
to release it, you need to cut the tendon, and it will
right.
be released. But then you just have no control of the muscle. It's
But
I still have 100% feeling in my legs. Everyone like wants to come and like sledgehammer my legs as if I have a spinal injury. And I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, I feel that. Okay, you're sticking me with a needle. Okay, stop.
Does polio stay with you? Like, does it continually eat away, or does it fade
I don't
off
know why.
after
It's
it's
like the flu. It's
like
like
a
the flu.
flu?
You 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 get all rid of the virus and all that, but then this is what you see, and what I have is the after effects. And so
Aftermath.
then, what a lot of polio victims end up having in their life is what they call post polio, and that means like because you have to adapt and use other muscles that aren't usually used, that you end up fatiguing those muscles out faster.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So this is the example. So I had my operation, I could stand them. Now I have leg braces and I'm walking with crutches. And I'm walking using my arms and my shoulders as the pivot to walking, as my legs, the crutches and arms and one leg, and then my torso and my lower body is the second leg, so I can take really large steps. But all that weight and pressure and shock and everything is going through your shoulders.
Right.
Okay. Your shoulders aren't built to be used that much. I mean,
Right.
in general, what do? You walk around. Your legs, your hips are made for that, for the life of the person. So the thing is, like, I'm in a wheelchair now. And we thought now I'd walk. I mean, honestly, when I was young, I was hella strong, and walking was really quick and really easy.
Yeah.
But then I got into a car accident, torn my rotator cuff, um, right, and I was walking on that for a year. And the thing is, then I came back and I got rotator cuff surgery to fix it, right? And so I went from walking on crutches to being in an electric wheelchair with only one good hand.
Wow.
Okay.
Why does the polio only affect your legs? Why didn't it spread through all your body and attack all the muscles?
It has.
It has.
Yeah. I mean, my muscles on my back shoulder here, some of them have been affected by polio. You know,
Right.
it's not just your legs. If you get polio around the heart, you die.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's why some people get it just at the hands, and the hands will just be, it just like my sister from India. She has polio in one leg, but her other leg is fine, so she can walk.
Oh wow.
But her polio leg is stiff and just like a peg. It's
So
just
it doesn't spread out. It just hits you and can
and
be
that's it.
very
Yeah, it's not like um, I need to worry about getting polio in my right arm. No, it's dead. The virus is gone.
and
But
once you have when you have polio once, can you get it again or impossible?
well, I mean, I don't know the answer for that specific, but I'm sure you can. But it's one of those things, like in that movie World War Z.
Yeah.
Remember those guys that ended up getting that fatal flaw or sickness, that then they became not interested in them. The zombies didn't become interested because we in our bodies we have a sort of immunity against. So like if we were to come across polio, I'm sure that we have more strength to fight it off the second time around because we have an immunity for
Wow. So when you got to America, how was it adapting to
it.
your new home? Did you feel settled or and did you feel
Well,
secure?
no, I mean everything's new. I didn't know the language. I ended up learning. I ended up with dyslexia, so my way of learning just became what I absorbed around. And then at the same time, while I was learning English, they put me in French bilingual school. So that just kind of effed me up too. Here I'm trying to learn another language, and they put me in another language school. So during my early time, French and learning French and English was one and the same. I'd make the same mistakes in English as I did in French and English. So I did a lot of after school, going to after school studying and all that stuff, uh,
Right.
trying to deal with that.
So
It
this like
wasn't um, dyslexia just meant that I looked at things differently. I mean,
yeah,
like one of the things that sort of defined that was I had a book, like a really large book, and it's for kids to help them learn reading and whatnot. And every day there'd be like a poem or a short story or something like that, so that every day you have something new to read and you practice out loud. And by repeating it every day, you learn how to read, right? So it was my birthday, and it was time for me to go and read for my mom, right? The lesson of the day. And for some reason, I couldn't fucking read the words. And she thought I was fucking around because it was my birthday. So she got hella mad at me and sent me to my room. Okay, of course, and I wasn't trying to get anything over her in any way, shape, or form. But so then she comes up later and she says, "Okay, we're gonna try this again, right?" And she took that book and just turned it upside down and
yeah.
said, "Now read." And I read it without a stumble. And then
Wow.
she said, "Okay, I know what the issue is you have. I mean, on top of everything, you have that reading disability, you have that dyslexia, in which you look at certain things differently, but it doesn't mean that you're not intelligible. It's just in a different way."
For
And
sure.
and academically, um, just through my life at Berkeley, of course, until I grasped the language and all that stuff, by high school, I was very, very productive, and my senior year, I got like 10 different awards. It was fucking crazy. I thought didn't do anything, but apparently I was an outstanding student and like won like the history award, the English award, the speech award, the science award, the engineering award, and the art award my senior year. I won the Iron Man.
Yeah.
Um, whatever. And I was just by then I was just an overachiever.
Now you mentioned before that
Wait, wait,
you
let me go back. So, um, because of polio and stuff like that, I used to walk. Got in an accident, went back, found out that I had rotator cuff. One of the things is when you start sitting in a chair and not moving around, like my legs atrophy. Okay, so that for me to stand again, I would have had to go through all this therapy and pull it out. And because of the wear and tear of the shoulder, maybe I have like 20 more years that I could use my shoulder, but then I would end up in a wheelchair anyway. But then at that point, my shoulders would be completely shot. Then I would need somebody to carry me around. So I actively chose to not get up and walk again, but then to relegate myself to a chair so that I could save my shoulders so I could be 53, 52, and still travel around the world by myself.
right. I see. I just want to go back a sec because there's a question here that even when you had no ability to walk due to the polio, there was a story about you that you still managed to climb the slide in the playground, which I found quite interesting. And I want to know if you remember, was that an instinct or did you sit there and think about how the hell am I going to climb that slide? Because I know that
No,
you
because no, it's not an instinct. It's sort of a passion of trying to be normal.
yes,
Like, what I'm saying, as a child, you're going to be judged by everybody else, and you could sit there and be like, poor me,"
yeah.
or are you going to get off your ass and challenge yourself to do what everybody else does?
Well, what did
It's
what did you care
it's
as
like in our neighborhood, we had these cherry plum blossom trees, and every spring they get these cherry blossoms, and you'd have to climb the tree to fucking pick them, right? And they're good to stack. And dude, I became a fucking monkey. I was one of the best because of walking and the upper body strength, and
yeah.
I had decent balance that I could go up to the highest point of the tree and pick, even though coming down was a little precarious. I couldn't jump down, so I had to sort of use all my body and all that, my upper body strength. But I mean that's the thing is like the jungle gym, I was good at fucking those monkey bars where you swing. I'm fantastic at that. Just because walking around my crutches, I was doing full body swing where
Yeah,
all
yeah.
day along with the weight that your braces. Like when I went to high school, I ended up doing like Roman Greco wrestling, and uh, I wasn't the best just because of being disabled. But the one problem that a lot of wrestlers had, even though they had the underbody, is that even though I was 105 pounds, my body strength was of a 150 pounder.
Yeah, sure. There's some of the best breakdancers in the world are people that had some
Well,
disability
it's
in their
ironic
legs.
that whole breakdancing era is my era.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there you say people. There's one French guy. I forgot his name, but he's fucking phenomenal. And he was in a wheelchair for so long, but his body strength, nobody could do the same stuff like the way he could hold his body up.
Yeah, but
I just
see, that's something about disabled people. Okay, there's two different types of disabled people. There's ones that are kind of babied and are kind of are shy, are not outgoing. Then there's the very few of us that are really like just want to be like everybody else, and we will go that extra mile to do it. Like I've done horseback riding, I've done mountain climbing, I used to body surf all the freaking time. I loved it. I could swim in the ocean. Water to me is like my great equalizer to land.
yeah, and you also did skiing and stuff when you were on crutches, right? Nothing
Yeah, I
stopped you from
did
doing
it
anything.
without because yeah, you know what I'm saying. I used to go on 10 mile hikes carrying my sleeping bag and my tent and all that stuff when I was a Cub Scout, a Boy Scout. I mean, Boy Scouts to me was great because I excelled in like wood carving, in like wilderness survival, in like setting up my camping. I because of everything that I do, I had to figure out how to do, but it always took me that much more effort
But
to be.
what did your carers think about you being so bold? Did they not try to say, no, you've got to stay in your chair? Don't do
No, but
anything
see, that's the
crazy.
thing.
Or
No,
were you,
but see, yeah, but see, if they had done it that way, that would be detrimental. They
that's awesome.
treated me in general like everybody else. They're like, okay, you got to go out and fucking play. 6 o'clock is when you come in when we have dinner, and what am I gonna do? Sit there? No, I want to get down and dirty. I want to go try new things out. I mean, like I went to French school. All of a sudden, I heard that chocolate covered ants were a delicacy. So I fucking took my pudding cup, my chocolate pudding cup found on that hill, dip my finger in the pudding, and then just like pick up ants on my pudding and just eat it. Fuck. But I was a kid too. I mean, I played jacks. I always like we used to play kickball. I
Yeah.
can't kick the ball and all run after the ball. But what I could do and what I got really good at was uh, the bowler.
What?
When the bowler, when the guy who stands in the middle of the diamond and delivers the ball, give
Ah,
you the curve ball, whatever the pitcher,
right.
right?
So
So,
you,
so that's like so. Even because I got really really good at that. That when it came time to do sports, I wasn't picked last. I was picked within the middle because
right.
they knew that I was a good bowler, a good pitcher.
So you didn't feel any different from the kids, or did you feel like different physically, or did you make up
Well,
that
I mean,
intellectually?
okay, it's like this. I mean, yeah, well, of course, because kids are honestly brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm saying? That there's nothing to hold them back. If they see that, they're like, why the hell are you on crutches?
Yeah.
Why is that? I mean, that's sort of how they learn about the world too. But it's like this. And this is actually the most important lesson that I've learned to date. Um, there was a time that I came back from school and I had been being picked on, I think was like in fourth grade, fifth grade, something like that. And I had been picked on brutally, and I came home and I was crying. And my mom actually kind of got mad at me. She's like, "Why the fuck are you crying?" I'm, "Oh, because they picked on me, blah, blah, blah." My mom basically said, "Hey, look, Chewy, you have to understand about some realities in life. And this reality will be with you for all time. It will never change. Your body is going to be weak no matter what because it was ravaged by polio. There's no way to fix that point. So the thing is, you can sit there and harp about it or you could do something about it. But if you, as yourself, have a mind, your imagination, your brain, the way you think, because of that, and you develop that, you will never ever lose to an able-bodied person again.
Yeah. So what did you
And
end up? I
I
know that
think
you didn't
that that
enjoy. Sorry,
that drives me.
you didn't enjoy school so much. But what did you excel in at school, and what did you hate?
Well, I hated French class because
I mean,
my teacher had two boxes. One box of the 1 yardstick wood rulers that were brand new, and she had the other box with the broken ones. And so she'd get mad at you, just slam the table with the ruler and break the rulers and stuff like that. So I didn't like French class. Always my English, and I ended up going to a learning place, which is an after school program to teach you reading and all that stuff. So reading and all that stuff, um, especially during my younger days, was very difficult. I was very good at with things that have to do with my hands or conceptual things. Like I, when I did Boy Scouts, I was an exceptional whittler. I could whittle anything. Eagles out of a piece of wood. I would sit there and whittle all the time. Uh, because chess, it wasn't that I wasn't intelligent, but chess I ended up excelling at.
yeah,
I mean,
problem
like,
solving. You're a problem solver, aren't you?
oh yeah, because the thing is, being disabled
Yeah,
automatically makes you a problem solver.
yeah,
For
yeah,
me to wash dishes, I have to go through this step, this step, this step to be able to do what you would mundane do. Just walk up there and wash it and be done with it. I have to go up there. I have to put my crutches up. I have to lean over. I have to be able to use my hands. I have to then be able to reach this, whatever
yeah,
that's around. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, because everyday mundane um, chores ends up being something that's problem solving. So because of that, and I mean, like the way I look at things, like I used to watch all those Discovery channels about how things are made.
yeah,
Love that show. You
yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying? But it's like if you were to come like with a Rubik's cube and say, "Hey, check this out," I immediately imagine what makes it work. How would
yeah,
I build it? You know what I'm saying? So I have that sort of 3D imagination when I think about some things. I sometimes it reminds you of colors
yeah.
or image more than anything else. So I'm a really good learner, kind of through osmosis from observing, as opposed to being a classroom a
That's
class.
kind. That's actually a gift of dyslexia. And you're saying now, not only did you sort of overcome this limitation through polio and being on crutches and stuff, but you also overcame your dyslexia, right? You don't have that anymore, or
I mean, and back then it was just something you had, but it wasn't like anything inhibiting or putting a name on it. It wasn't. It was just the fact that you had it. It wasn't. I mean, by just new repetition, by learning how to read, by doing, taking that extra mile to learn,
right?
naturally you're gonna get over it. And I still have dyslexia to a certain degree. Sometimes I'll say things backwards or put things out of context, but they are there, but I flip them and stuff like that. So it has gone, but it's something I've dealt with all my life that it really becomes a non-issue.
Yeah. And not only that, you learned Vietnamese, then forgot Vietnamese, then came to America and learned English, and then you've now relearned Vietnamese. So you are definitely an intelligent person. Just one thing about the chess. You had this love affair with chess, and I've been to your house several times, and you've actually made your own chess board. You've made your own chess pieces, and for all the listeners, honestly, it's a sight to behold. He's a master craftsman, which we're going to get into now. But how did chess influence your creative mind?
Well, well, it's because, like, okay, first of all, I entered the chess club because when everybody did sports, they wouldn't allow me to participate in sports. So I had
Right,
to find an alternative. And so the alternative was chess, the chess class, the chess club. So
right,
that's sort of how I fell into chess. But then, because I got pretty good at it, I used to play. I walk around with a chessboard all the time. I used to read, George Coltonelli, all the chess books. But it was just something to do, and it was just sort of a natural progression in what I do anyway with problem solving. And because since it was abstract visually,
right.
like that it was something that I could visualize as opposed to like I became good at reading because I practiced fucking a lot. I used to read, when I was in Hawaii, because my mom used books as a way to gain points, and then you could trade the points for a reward. And because of that system, I was reading crazy books like Hawaii, the uh, the non-abridged version of Break My Heart at Wounded Knee about just all these other books, Huckleberry Finn and all that stuff. I used to read a freaking lot because I just wanted to get as many points as I could get so I could trade it in for like a boogie board or for like, a steak dinner or something like that. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah, I mean,
rewards system to me really worked well and really motivated. I
I'm
think that's what Boy
I,
Scouts work well.
I know I understand chess, but I'm a guy that plays like every move forward. But I guess with what you're describing here with your dyslexia, maybe you imagined several moves ahead of
Well,
time,
no,
like a
it's not. See, like some people say, "Oh, you've thought out your 10 moves." You can't really do that because the variable is your opponent.
yeah,
They're not going to always move the way you think. So you're
right.
always so. But the thing is, with I think this dyslexia, and because of the way I look at different things, I took into account more of the less probable.
So when did you move out of your family house and what happened next?
Well, no, I mean, it's just sort of my dad had bought a piece of land, 25 acres in Hawaii, as a gift to my mom when she graduated law school. So we had a house on a hill. And so we would, a lot of times, um, go there at vacation when we were with my mom, when with my dad, because my dad is New York based. We would have our vacations on Manhattan. He lived in Greenwich Village, so New York is very familiar with me too, growing up. Uh, because of living in the Bay Area and stuff like that, I went to Berkeley High, but then I went to basketball special school, but then I ended up going in school in Oakland, California, which is notoriously, gangster and all that. And I got into graffiti. I used to be rated with the U.S.A. Chess Federation, and I would go on Friday nights to play chess till like 12 or 1 in the morning. But a lot of times I would ditch out and go do graffiti and whatnot. And so I got kind of busted by that by my parents, and they just said, "Hey, let's ship you out to Hawaii, have you go to boarding school in Hawaii, and you can't really run from that. You're kind of stuck on an island, literally." And it's just one of those things again. I loved Hawaii. I mean, I learned how to body surf as a child. In the waves, we'd have 4 or 5 foot waves, 6 foot waves, if storms come through, and I would just totally body surf. I mean, what I would do is I would kind of plant myself in the ground at the bottom of the base of the wave. The wave would come up, right? And right when it crests, then I would just push off and just run into the funnel and just right down the funnel. So I got really good at body surfing. I would go into the ocean like 5 or 6 hours. A lot of times, parents would have to come and get out of there. It's time for lunch. So,
So how did the island life change you mentally?
well, no, I mean, island life was great because here we are multicultural, but I grew up with every single type of race around me, and being in Hawaii and being Asian, I looked like a lot of Hawaiians. So even the foreigners or the main islanders would come, and they would just naturally assume that I was Hawaiian because
Yeah.
then by then you get the accent. Oh, bro, what part are you? Oh, sucker guy, this guy. Ah. You get that, you pick up the lingo and all that stuff. So a lot of times, like the main islanders would think I was Hawaiian, and you know, being included and like being that was like great because before it was just like I was I was the guy, the sore thumb. I definitely stuck out with the group, but because I was in Hawaii, everybody looked the same. They naturally thought I was Hawaiian, which was great for me. It was a great feeling because it
Yeah.
actually made me feel like I belonged. Our high school was on a hill, and the dorms were at the top of the hill. So every day when I went down to classes to go eat and all that stuff, I carried all of my books for that day, for the day's classes with me everywhere I went because the locker was too far away. It was just close for me to carry everything. So that meant that my upper body strength was through the roof.
Right. What was your first entrepreneur venture in Hawaii? You started doing something, didn't you?
Well, yeah, no, it was like, okay, I got an allowance of $20 a week. And that's for like to be able to spend on the weekend if we want to get like a Terry plate or, you know, chicken katsu or something like that. Or just if we went into town and we'd
Some
have a little bit
spam,
of money.
fried
Oh, dude,
spam, right?
dude, I freaking love spam to
Yeah,
this day.
me
You
too.
know, spam musubi, you know, spam dal ballet, anything spam. Spam,
No,
man.
I've never heard that one before. So you set up a little like tuck shop or something, didn't you?
So when I became a senior, I mean, always growing up, we had like little events where we sell popcorn or something like that.
Yeah.
It was a buck bag, and that was always family oriented. What I ended up doing when I lived in Hawaii is during my senior year, I became a prefect in the dorm. Basically, I was a head of the hall of the door of one of the dorms. Right, I became in charge because of my personality, outgoing, and all that stuff. Blah blah blah. So then I got my own room, and so I would um, promise the people who helped me get my goods to the apartment to my place, cokes, and back then it was ramen, cokes, and candy, and everything was 50 cents. A
Right.
Coke, you bought a Coke for me, 50 cents. If you bought a ramen, 50 cents. If you bought that was the standard rate. If you bought a candy bar, 50 cents. But I would get like 10 ramen per dollar. Cokes were 25 cents, so I would make less than that. Candies were 25 cents to buy, so I'd only double my money there. But because late night because you're in the dorms and you can't take food. After everybody studies or during the studies, guys come all the time and say, "Put me on a tab here. Can I get a Coke?" A Coke and a bomb, and everyone had the little hot water things. So it was really they just come by and spend $1, and it'd be crazy. Like by the end of the week, I would have sold out all my product and make $200, $300.
Nice. Nice. Always
And
on the
so that,
go. It's always on the
and so
go.
that
Always.
So then when I would go to the city, I would have Terry plates. I'd treat the guys who helped me bring back the products like full on meals. Like we would go and actually sit and have like hamburgers and whatnot in
That's cool.
payment for that help them carry the stuff to the dorms.
So you had your time in Hawaii, but then this is a big part of the story. When and why did you finally return to Vietnam for the first time? This is where the story
Well, no,
starts getting.
I excelled in Hawaii. Then I went to got accepted to UCLA, Los Angeles, which is a big school. Um, but it's one of those things that even though you're growing up in a dorm, you really don't have your freedom per se.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And going down to LA, this was the first time like I lived alone. I lived in the dorm. What did you have? We had classes during the day. We had cafeteria tickets, and then all of a sudden, TUI. The first time I got drunk was actually at graduation, and then going to UCLA, trying to fit in with what everybody else did. I used to go to all the frat parties and stuff like that, and kind of having that alcohol freedom kind of fucks you up in life, and
Right.
so I failed at UCLA.
What did you study at UCLA? What was your major?
I was studying graphic design.
Oh, right, cool. Yeah, that
Again,
figures.
some of the designing, something that you have to think about. But then my mom, who is of course has a story. Well, she's very political. During the '80s, early '80s, and whatnot, they had the American Russian arms race, and all the activists would like go to Russia and would march to protest the nuclear arms buildup. They had a flag that basically was the X's and O's TikTok game, TikTok game. Three in a row, TikTok, tick, tick, three in a row. But it was the Earth and the bombs, and then what the game wasn't finished, but it said on top of it, it's our move next. Are we going to choose the bomb to win, or are we going to choose the world to win?
Wow.
So they had done peace walks from like Moscow to Russia, to Kiev to St. Petersburg. You know what I'm saying? And then they had one in 1991 that was going to happen in Vietnam that protested the trade embargo which America had on Vietnam. So my mom thought, well, Chewy is in a state of turmoil and kind of trying to find his footing in life and where does he fit with everything. So she used that opportunity and that trip to come to Vietnam.
Wow. So you went there on like a peace protest.
We were our peace march originally had Ron Kovac, fucking John Kerry,
Yeah.
all that. They were going to be part of the march, but then the U.S. government said, you guys need to cease and desist because you're in direct violation of the Trade with the Enemies Act. We'll put you in jail for how many years? You'll be fined $100,000. But we still went on that trip anyway because they can't prevent us from traveling as single citizens. And whoops, we all bumped up and we found ourselves in the same place. They can't stop that. But we were actually then guests of the Vietnamese Peace Committee.
Yeah. How different was Vietnam compared to today in 1991?
Oh, okay. a lot of times, this is sort of how I like it. My experiences then to now, and watching the development since then to now, it would be like it to like Japan after World War One,
Wow.
World War Two. Okay, it's war torn. It's very, it's the first time they ever heard the emperor speak. That they have to rebuild the cities. Everything's torn down. The country is in a state of flux, of rebuilding. And then
Yeah.
Japan, all of a sudden, with the first 10, 20 years, becomes a powerhouse. You know what I'm saying? On the forefront of technology, engineering, blah, blah, blah. And they become the new standard. This is how Vietnam is. Because after the war, the North came down and basically put everybody through internment camps or
Yeah.
re-education camps and all that stuff. So when I first came to Vietnam, it was very ass backwards, very poor. I mean, the dollar just went like really really far, but it was like so archaic that like
Do you remember what the dollar was then? What was how much was $1 then? 1991
eight
in Vietnam.
like 8,300.
8,300 dong.
Yeah.
Oh, but that would have got you a lot of stuff, right?
Now, dude, okay, a dollar. I mean, a dollar was king, but
Yeah.
drinks and everything else, like beer, was a dollar or 50 cents. You know what I'm
Right. Right.
saying? So everything was sort of based off the dollar. But like to talk about how archaic Vietnam was, like there's a rule that men can't have long hair in Vietnam. So
Oh,
if the cops deemed that you had long hair or hair that they think was too long, they would just stop you, surround you, and cut your hair right there.
what? That's crazy.
I saw,
Really?
I saw that twice. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
It was that backwards. It was like when I came to Vietnam, coming from America, I come from Hawaii, I had long hair. So from the back, everybody thought I was the woman, but then when they were like, bye, bye, and turn around, and they were, oh shit, you're a man. You're
now,
the
what
first lady boy ever in Vietnam, right?
what effect did that first trip have on you? Did you feel
Well,
like
no, because see, look, okay, no, it's like this.
uh,
Growing up in America, I had always studied about the Vietnam War, like when BBC came out with Vietnam a television history. I watched that series like 3 or 4 times. I watched Deer Hunter. I watched all that. I collected the 10 pages photo books about the war. You know, all my knowing about Vietnam was really just from the war. There's no like cultural thing. My mom tried to, uh, introduce Tet, but there was no like real feeling because it was whitewash. It's like I remember in Montessori school, we made a dragon head using paper mache. Just a box and a paper mache, and then she had the cord, and my brother, it was on crutches, and he was the tail, and I was the head. And, we were dragging. So, but we growing up, I didn't really know many Vietnamese people per se into even having a relationship. I mean, I think the first real Vietnamese I hung out was in like fourth grade. His name was Ian, and we used to play video games.
did you still speak Vietnamese at that time, or you totally forgot?
I was American 100.
You was American 100. Um,
Yeah,
when did when
but
did when did your
but
parents
so
have to?
so no, but so up until then, if you asked me if I'm Vietnamese, just my answer would be I'm Vietnamese. But it was so removed the feeling. There was like no passion, no feeling, no real concrete memory that defined me to myself as being Vietnamamese.
Right.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
you that that
It was being Vietnamese and saying that I was Vietnamese and saying that that was like almost alien to me.
right. So when you went there in 1991 the first time, you didn't connect with Vietnam at all, or
No,
did you?
that's no, that's absolutely wrong.
You
Because it's
did.
like, okay. First of all, I mean, it was because it was so early and Vietnam hadn't normalized, and because a lot of foreigners were not going to Vietnam, and I was among like the first few Vietnamese coming back to Vietnam per se, that
Right.
I had to go to Thailand. The whole group had to go to Thailand. Everyone had the visas already, but I didn't have my visa. I had to go to Thailand with the embassy, and we had to spend 2 weeks in Thailand and wait for them to grant me a visa to go to Vietnam.
Wow.
You know what I'm
So
saying? So
that's
so so then I like went on the plane, and it's always yay going to Vietnam. This is gonna be great, but I really don't know what to expect or anything. I've done travel like India and to other places, France and all that stuff. So it kind of felt like a trip on that. But there was something like I'm supposed to like it's supposed to feel different because this is my country, but
right.
really had no feeling. But when I got out, that we landed in Illinois, and we actually landed. It was just like I don't know what came over me, but it was just
Right.
like something different. But then, like when I walked off the plane, we had to go down They had the stairs going down. Right, I got the one, and then we had to walk over to the building. There's no gate
Yeah.
direct to the right. So I walked down the stairs and I took like 3 steps and like totally fell on the ground. But no, like fell purposely that I did a handstand. I like just
Ah,
fell on my hands, and then I just basically hugged the ground.
oh my God. Wow. That's beautiful, that man. Now, just that's really beautiful. That. Thank you for sharing that. When did your parents actually tell you you were adopted and that you were from Vietnam? When did you figure that
Oh
out?
no, I mean that's something that has. I mean, growing up in such a diverse family, we all knew. I mean,
We all knew.
there's no like hiding. We used to have every week. We used to have family meetings, and a lot of times in the family meetings, we talked about our issues about being disabled, being abandoned, about our fantasies about what if we were to find our biological parents, what are the issues, sort of. So we tackled that as a family, and that I think was very good because we had a venue to be able to speak our concerns, where a lot of the other family members actually had too, even though they're from different places. So that
Okay.
I think really helped us as a family and really come to terms with that. I mean, like when I came to Vietnam, of course, I wanted to do a search. And it's
Yeah.
just sort of one of those things because it was more a blind search in that I really hadn't planned what would happen after. I definitely had sort of kind of this fantasy of what it would be like, and just sort of the idea of being able to uh, actually say that you're my mother and you're my father and all that stuff. And but it was like totally alien. But it's sort of like something that I felt was a necessity because of
That's a,
all growing up with my brothers and sisters, because we always talked about the different questions, and part of that question is why was I abandoned? What was the situation?
yeah.
Was it that my parents loved me, or did they hate me, or did they do it out of kind of necessity for my own survival? All those different type of questions to kind of need to be asked.
Now, something I just want to summarize there for the listeners what's happening here. This was the first time that Tweez come back to Vietnam and on a peace protest, and there was no opportunity there to actually go and search for his parents, and there was no internet back then. There was very rarely any paperwork, and this idea of actually trying to find his mother is a needle in a haystack. I also
Well,
want to
no,
I just,
but
I just want to point out why I think why I connect to you on this, because I don't think I've mentioned this to you. I have an adopted cousin, Johnny. I want to say hello to Johnny, and he was half caste. My auntie adopted him, and we took him into the family, and he was always like my cousin. But I always used to wonder My father used to call him one of coffee, two of cream, because he just looked a bit different. He had an afro, but
Well,
you know,
yeah, wherever we went, we had two Vietnamese kids that were on crutches, two Indian girls. One of them had a limp because of polio one leg. I have an Afro Swedish sister, and we have two Caucasian brothers. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
I think that's
All,
fucking cool, man.
wherever we went, we turned heads.
So basically, then you return to the USA after your first trip to Vietnam, and you immerse
Well, no, no,
yourself.
no, no, before we go there, okay,
Yeah, go on.
um, with whole search and stuff like that, because Vietnam was strict, we were guests of the government.
Ah,
Basically, everything we did, we had to ask for permission for.
right. I get you.
Okay, and so if we had tried to do the search or something like that, we would definitely have an officer follow us. So it
Oh,
wasn't really the time, you know what I'm saying?
right.
The sort of in retrospect that we were guests of the company of the country. We didn't want to
I see.
outstep our
That,
bounds, so uh, we didn't really use that opportunity to do the search. It's something that still drove me, but it
I see.
wasn't the time on that
Okay.
trip.
So then when you return to the USA, you immerse yourself into Vietnamese culture. Like you started hanging out with people, started learning Vietnamese a lot more. Why do you think that you did that exactly?
Well, because right before I went to Vietnam, because of my interest, I was then introduced to a few of the devotees who were disabled from the Vietnam War, like Lee. She was actually had polio, but she was on the C-5A crash that killed a bunch of orphans at the end of the war. But then she came over to America and she was going to get married in Vietnam. And because I started to hang out with them, trying to absorb as much as I could, because now, since I've come to Vietnam, I've seen it. Now, Vietnam has a feeling, has a smell. There's a tactility about being Vietnamese. So I
Right.
wanted to what it means to be Vietnamese. I mean, like why I went over there not knowing the language at all, but I had a little translation book from like the Vietnamese War. So it was a little orange book and it had like basic phrases and how high, chào bác, whatever,
You still got that. I need that book. I can't speak Vietnamese.
but the ironic thing about that book is that like an army section, I'm a general, I broke my leg, I need medevac,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? The answers are there, things like that were in the translated book, which you would never use now. But from that trip, wherever I went, I would always have that book, and people would surround me, and I'd use it to try to communicate, even though I didn't know the language at all. So, in not knowing the language and being my age, there was some sort of shame. Like I
Wow.
should know.
Yeah. Some sort of shame. That wow.
You know what I'm saying? I should know. But
That's
then at the
powerful.
same time, because I didn't grow up around the language, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I should be this is should be expected, but
I
I
tell
did
you what,
not. So,
that's
so to a degree, it was a big lesson in humility in the
that's a
sense that,
that's a powerful motivation. That one word there, shame, that will make you do all kinds of crazy things. I respect
yeah,
that a
well,
lot.
I mean, even when I ended up finding my biological mother, there's still a bunch of shame.
Yeah. We'll get to that in a sec. Just give me 1 minute. Give me one. I'm just pause a sec. Hang on. Water. I need a water break. 1 sec. So then you finally returned to Vietnam again in 1993. And how difficult was it
So
traveling around?
how I managed that. So I friended those people in the DeVol
Yeah.
family. Had come during the 80s. He wanted to set up a sort of softball program for kids, but it kind of went off. But he ended up, he was one of the very first Vietnamese to return. He ended up getting married and he had a whole show um, on public and television network um, called Times War, and that was like '87. So that's like way back when, even before me. And
Wow.
so when I went on a trip, I befriended that group that had come over with the committee of responsibility. Lee, who had been on the C5A crash where a whole bunch of orphans died. Tan, who, like I said earlier, went down a foxhole, had a GI throw a grenade down, kill his sister, his aunt, mother, and another woman neighbor, and he had his throat torn out. David Dang also um, got hit by a mine. My friend, other friend, and they were all part of the Bulls, so they're a tight knit group. So I was introduced to them. So that I ended up helping them out. They were doing one of them was doing AbleNet, and AbleNet, his passion was to try to bring over computers to be able to teach disabled people, open a school to teach disabled people computer business and English so that they could have an alternative to make money. Because back then, the view that Vietnam had on disabled people were like, we're good at begging, we're good at like boys can
Yeah.
fix bicycles, women could be seamstresses, you know what I'm saying? Very limited, or they go around on their GDRP bikes, Cuban Republican bike, wheelchairs that had sort of push thing to
Yeah, just for
sell.
just for the listeners, they still have them in Vietnam. It's almost like a mechanical bicycle that disabled people sit in and they push it and it moves forward. You still see them around. It's kind of crazy that the government didn't really help those people, did they? It was
Yeah, but no, I mean the sentiment that the Vietnamese people had was that disabled people in general are a burden to the family.
wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So we were a group of like David Dang, uh, that were all on crutches. Um, Lee, she's on crutches. You know what I'm saying? We were the crutch crew. Tan, yeah, he just had a
Crutch crew.
voice.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. We're the True Life Crew Crutch Crew.
So you came to Vietnam in 1993 as part of this able
Yeah,
turning
but so the reason why
trip.
we came because Lee, the one, she was getting married in Vietnam, and so she invited me to a wedding
That's right.
in
Yeah.
Vietnam in 1993. So I ended up going with them, and I stayed in Vietnam for 3 months. And because of since we're independent traveling, I chose. See, I had a birth certificate. I didn't really have a birth certificate. I had a sort of a paperwork about me being born, but it was signed by these nuns down in Sa Dec. That was the only thing I had to go on. Mother, father's name unknown, all that shit, right? So the thing is, when I came to the wedding, we went to the wedding, but I had some downtime and stuff where we came to Saigon and then hung out. So I used that opportunity to rent a vehicle, go down to Sa Dec, where the nuns had signed my paper, and try to see what happens there. The first time we went down, the bridge was out due to a typhoon, so we couldn't make it to Sa Dec. The people that went with us went ahead to Sa Dec, found the church, knew that was there. They found the person. They asked about the person who had signed my paperwork. She ended up being in Kentucky, so that's another city going the other direction. So we went there. We ended up finding the person that signed my birth certificate. And, that in itself was a miracle. But it was one of those things where um, she was completely intelligent and that she understands because of the war, a lot of people die, a lot of people, paperwork is not written, the records are taken, blah, blah, blah. So she basically said, I can't promise that you'll find your mother or whatnot, but you found me. And so if you want to write to me, I can be your surrogate mother, which was actually a beautiful thing to say. I don't think I was really ready to be able to really absorb that, but the fact that she said and realized the situation was amazing. But it wasn't. It didn't deter me from wanting to really actually just go down to Sa Dec. It's one of the things that was to find my mother was a driving point. But the second time I ended up going to Sa Dec, I made it. I I went on the premises. I'm not gonna ever find my parents. Okay, so I was going to Sa Dec to really meet those nuns and give them a little money and thank them for taking care of me. I figured that if I went around Sa Dec and saw the people from the countryside, that they would be a reflection of my family. You know what I'm saying? Of who my parents would have been like
Yeah.
because of the community. And then
Wow.
I was ready to sort of go back to America and sort of close that chapter of finding my family.
Right.
Basically, that would be the end all be all. Maybe in the future I would travel to Vietnam, but it would be more than maybe tourist. But I was basically because I was that trip for me was going to be my book closer
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
the sense that I would go back to America and I probably wouldn't think about traveling to Vietnam until I get older and have a family, whatever. It wouldn't have been anything.
So after several attempts to go to your hometown, you managed to get there in Sa Dec, and then you finally discovered that your mother was still alive, which must have
No,
been
no, it's more fairy tale than that. Okay,
well,
because we went down there and before, I mean, before there weren't any TVs or anything like that, word gets around and small thing. We came down there. I have my other two friends that have crutches. I'm on crutches. Me and my friend Tan, and we stop at the church. And I don't speak a lick of Vietnamese. They speak Vietnamese, so they become my translators.
yeah.
The whole city hears that there's these four disabled people looking for the parents. They so they
Wow.
want they want we stopped traffic. They wanted to go. We were the hot TV show of the day. You know what I'm saying? Before that, maybe had one TV for the whole village, and
One
every
channel.
night, one channel, and every night at 5 o'clock, everybody it became an event that they would come out. They, a drink and serve tea, have food, whatever, and they all watch it. And so the thing is, we went down there, and they'll kind of explain my story. I don't know how to speak Vietnamese, so they're doing on the translation. And this one nun disappears. She's like gone. Where we show my paperwork, it says mother, father, unknown. They have the sign of the nun, and we found the nun in Kenta, right? So they're just kind of obliging us. And the one nun goes up and comes back down, and she comes down with a ledger. Okay. And so I start looking through the ledger. It's the ledger of the different orphans that came through during the time of the war. They had the picture, any information about them, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And I was looking through it. I know what I looked like as a child. And I found my entry 313 under mother, father, unknown. Um, under who dropped me off, there was a name and everything else, polio and whatnot. There's no information at all.
You found
And
your
I
entry, that the first entry your mother when she gave you
no, I
over.
knew my name. No, then that's what the nuns had done. So there's my picture, my Vietnamese name, which was Wing Quoc Thuy. So that
Oh,
was my name from before when I went to America with my Vietnamese passport. My original name is Wing Quoc Thuy.
yeah.
So that just reconfirmed that that's who I was. And
Wow.
the thing is, so the nuns, and this was I thought was weird. Well, not really weird, but they seemed to start introducing me to other people that were my age, as if I remembered from way back when. Oh yeah, that's right.
right, mate.
Oh, yeah. You're a demon. I remember that shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, and you spill milk all over and you spinning around. That was funny. No, like I was supposed to remember that. Like I was supposed to have that, like that. So to a certain degree, because I didn't even speak the language or anything like that, I thought it was really weird. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't speak the language. They're like, oh, and this is Pam, and she comes from right over there. Like, oh, sure.
That's what I'm like now when I go out drinking with the Vietnamese. Yeah, Doug Roy. All right.
Yeah, all right. You know, hey, you get them. You know that. So, but so it turned out that one of these older ladies put two and two together in the sense that from my, because of course I don't look anything like when I was there. So now I'm an adult. I have long hair going down to my ass. You know what I'm saying? Because I was an artist, you know, from coming from Hawaii. So I was on crutches. So they, you know, when I left, I didn't have crutches. I was but 3 years old. So, but it turned out that that one woman is 7 years older than me. And
Wow.
she was the one that actually took care of me.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Way back when, she's the one that got me shots and all that stuff. But then, see what ended up happening. So she put two together. Like after my mom got well and then came back to take me home, they wouldn't let her because it was still at war and there was no way to prove that I was her son. So they wouldn't release me to her. But then I went up to Saigon and she tried to come back a few times, but she ended up friending the girl that took care of me. Okay. And since the same from the same countryside growing up, she became a friend of my mother. Right. And so then when I came down and she figured out that I'm Wingo 3, I'm that person, she's like, wait, I know your mom.
Wow. That's just fucking insane, dude.
You know
I
what I'm
can't
saying? She's
imagine.
like, oh yeah, and, you know, and I'm like, what? Of course, I don't get it direct from her. I get it
Yeah,
translated.
translation.
I'm like, tell me more. Tell me more. What the fuck? How is it? How, you know, how can this be? How is this? Is this even real? You know, is there all those questions of how can you prove it? You know, a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
times you have those questions of is this person trying to take advantage of me for
Yeah,
one
yeah.
game?
Give you hope. Give you hope.
Blah 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 blah. And they're like, yes, she knows your mom. She's gonna go to the countryside. She's working on the right field, and she's gonna come back.
Fuck.
Right. So it's like,
Ay.
sure. I mean, immediately my feelings were like my blood was boiling. You know, kind of you get all lightheaded. I felt like Cinderella when they found her slipper. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, cloud nine. Right? But then, at the same time, like I relegated myself to the back part of the church, and I was like found myself in a dark room, and I kind of stood there and cried. I was happy. I was sad. I was just totally confused, and I had paid for us to have lunch because we were there during lunchtime. So we were eating the food while they were going to get my mother. We have lunch, and the staple, you know, for Vietnam is fucking rice. But at the end
Right.
of the meal, nobody ate rice because everyone was so energetic and like, oh shit, this is coming. And it spread, the news spread like wildfire. I mean, the church was surrounded. You know, we didn't have that much traffic back in the day, but there was a traffic jam. You know what I'm saying? And like I sat in the yard and I had, of course, my friends were standing close, but I was sitting in a semicircle where I'm the center, and everybody's looking at me, and it goes, all the way out the front door. I mean, I'm in the front
Wow.
courtyard. I mean, it
That's
was just
far.
like it was like incredible. And then they were trying to teach me to say like it's been 20 years and your son now has returned or some shit like that,
Wow.
right? And of course, but I don't know. And every time I said it wrong, everyone would laugh, and it's the thing. And so all of a sudden, I've been sitting there for like 3, 4 hours, and all of a sudden there's like a commotion, like that one, like in the crowd in like the stadium, and you get that one guy going, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, and you see like popcorn fly, hats fly in just that little area, right? So there's that type of commotion, and this little woman in blue with glasses pops out, and I don't know, so I think it's my mom, so I blurt out that thing like it's been 20 years trying to, and then I get it all fucking wrong, and everyone laughs. And my friend goes, "That's not your mom."
Not the mama.
Fuck. You know, so then I pop her out. I do the same fucking spiel. She looks at me like, "The fuck are you saying? ET phone home, what the fuck?" Right? I had long hair, my hair was pulling everything down. She just walked up to me and grabbed my head by the ponytail, and she like finger around at the top of my head, and I had the scar that I've always had, and it
Six
was
six six.
it was always kids talking there because of malnutrition and all that. I had when I used to have crew cuts, and you could see all the scars, so they'd be like, "That's where your brain leaks out" and all that stuff. So it became like my scar of shame, or you know,
Your
um,
birthmark.
yeah.
Birthmark, right?
But I don't know. But then she found it and basically hit me on the shoulder, said something. Everyone was like, "Yay!" It was fucking happy and all that shit. And I'm like, "What? What?" God, I don't speak Vietnamese, right? So I don't know. What did she say? What? Everyone knows. And my friend says, "Oh, that's your mom." And
Wow.
she
She
sees that
she
and just hit,
recognized you from the
yeah,
birthmark on your head. That's
yeah,
funny.
like hits me, and it says it, and like the whole fucking crowd erupts in fucking pure joy. It was madness, and I was just like, I don't know. I don't know.
How did you feel when you first met your mum there? Did you feel that she had shame or like she'd miss you
Oh
obviously?
no,
Or
no, it wasn't about her shame. It was about me shame. It's like I should have known.
fuck. Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? I'm from America. I should have known about the culture. I should have known at least how to speak Vietnamese. At least be able to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All that stuff. It just my complete ignorance, my sort of American naivete.
Wow.
You know
So
what I'm
you'd
saying?
you'd not you'd not prepared for a moment that you'd felt like you
No,
never had
because
you never would.
my fantasy that I had growing up would be kind of like finding my mom across the rice fields and us kind of running towards each other, going over those like rice bridges. They're going, "Mom, Dee," by the water
Ah,
bubble. They're kind of meaning that, and then we all hunky dory as if nothing ever happened.
the chariots of fire.
But
Dun,
so,
dun, dun, dun,
so,
dun,
so
dun.
this, yeah, totally. So, but
Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da.
you know what
But
I'm saying?
oh, that would have been
And
difficult on
so,
crutches. Crutches and rice fields do not go hand in
it
hand.
was, I went into that fantasy fuzzy stage where it didn't feel real.
Wow.
It was just like it's happening, but it's not happening. But can I put a feeling on it? No, I had every emotion. I had happiness, I had sadness, I had shame, I had wanting to understand. wanting to be able to communicate. I had a million things to say, but a
Yeah.
million ways that I can't say.
I'll tell you something. That's something I just want to point out right now for all the listeners. Just imagine never seeing your mum, and when you finally meet your mum, you can't talk to her in their language. That is bizarre. That is absolutely mind-blowingly bizarre. But the story continues. So you met your mum now, and she recognized you from the birthmark, and that's an amazing
But
piece of the
like I
story.
said, for her, she was sad about the choices she made about bringing me to the orphanage because now that I'm adult, she never knew that I was disabled.
Wow. Jesus.
Yeah, so to have that realization that her choice of bringing me into the orphanage, even though I live, sort of doomed me for a life of pain, is her way of thinking. That she doomed me to be disabled.
Ah,
Have to
wow.
live that life of pain is a different perspective.
That's
And
crazy,
so
dude.
for her, it was really emotional in that way. So I mean, one of my first questions was actually with my father. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I think that he was in another red children, whatever, blah blah blah. And I'm 23 years old now. I didn't even know I was Filipino.
So wait,
She's
wait,
like,
wait. So wait. So not only did you meet your mum, you assumed that your father was also Vietnamese. Then you discovered that your father was actually Filipino.
yeah, but the ironic thing is because growing up in Hawaii, there's a lot of Filipinos. I mean, they had to make a law that stated it's illegal to eat your neighbor's dog. That's how you know what I'm saying. So I always wanted to be Filipino, and I definitely had the look of Filipino, and all the Filipinos would ask, "You look Filipino? Are you Filipino?" And I'd be like, "Fuck you! You want to fight? I'm Vietnamese. I'm not fucking Filipino."
Right. Before we get into your father, I'm going to tell you a joke. And this was a joke from the first ever stand-up comedian I saw in Hard Rock Cafe in Saigon. He was a Viet Q from Australia, and he came over here and he said during the Vietnamese War, the Vietnamese were in the tunnels hiding from the Marines, and they were under the tunnels for a long time. And the Marines from America used to send Skippy, the sheepdog, down into the tunnels, and the Vietnamese just fucking eat it because they were starving. And that's where this whole idea of
But see, yeah,
eating the dog
but
came from.
but see, but in that light of eating food and all that stuff, where some people put a value as a tool, some people look at it as food. It's like my mom, like when I heard that rats eating, I was like, let's try it. And my mom said, yeah, dude, rat is good. It's
Yeah, rat's
delicious.
good.
Like,
Rat is good.
yeah,
Country
but,
rat.
but she used to eating it because that was the source of meat back during the Vietnam War. So it was just, especially country rats that aren't dirty and that feed off the rice, that they eat those and it's really good. But like growing up in America, eating rat is such a taboo. Where
Yeah,
here,
yeah, yeah.
it's a matter of survival.
Well,
It's a
to
matter
be
of
to be honest, I think the rats in America living in the sewers got a lot more poison in them, but the rats in the
I
countryside of
mean,
Vietnam are fucking great.
but you're not gonna eat any rats from Saigon either.
No, exactly. No, my cats do that for me.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
so
because your cats are Vietnamese. If they were
exactly.
American, they would eat the rats.
My cat is like a dog here. It fucking chews through KFC bones like a dog. Now you found out that your dad was Filipino, so that must have been absolutely nuts. Um, what was the actual reason from your mother? Your
Well,
mother's what was your
always,
wait, wait, wait? What was your mother's explanation why she gave you to church, and how did she feel about that? I mean, you
okay,
just mentioned,
okay.
but she was sick.
Well,
She was sick.
okay. Well, my dad came over with the engineering corps that Marco sent over because since the Philippines are an ally of America and you have to support your allies during time of war, that the Filipinos ended up providing an engineering corps to sort of help out with the like radios and all that other stuff, so they could use the soldiers to be soldiers, right? And the Philippine speaking English anyway from World War II. You know what I'm saying? So they have a good. So that's where my mom. They actually met in Vung Tau, and my mom was living. She came up to visit an aunt, to live with an aunt for schooling, and so she would go and walk in front of the building that my father was working. He got picked up by the U.S. Army to be the radio receiver before anything was censored, right? So that he was considered to be um, followed by MPs because of the information that he's got to be detrimental to whatever. But my mom would walk every day in front of where he worked, and you know, you covered what you see. And so then he started dating her. My father turns out to be 20 years older than my mother. My
Wow.
mother turns out to be 20 years older than me.
Wow.
But it becomes like a Rapunzel story in that he worked in the radio station, but it was on the second floor. But my mom, when he had my older sister, which is my only biologic, she would do his laundry. So she would come to him every day. He would lower down a basket with his dirty clothes, give it to my mom. My mom would end up putting the clean clothes, the clean iron clothes in the basket with some food for lunch and all that. And then he would raise up the basket. So it was a total reverse Rapunzel situation. You know what I'm saying? And like when I found my mom, I mean, she she ironed my pants with like fucking military
Yeah.
precision. I mean, that shit could stand by itself. You know what
So
I'm saying?
how long they weren't married, right? Just dating, I
No,
guess.
because my father actually had a family prior, so that my oldest sister in the Philippines turns out to be the same age as my mother.
Ah, a little bit of an officer and gentleman moment there, then was
Yeah,
it?
well, you
Bit
know,
of
on the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world.
a bit of a bug tail romance.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
But so I mean, they definitely had like 4 or 5 years, 4 years together, and
all
then
right.
he didn't know that she was pregnant with me. He ended up being he got dismissed, and the U.S. Army said, "We'll emigrate you to America if you want to go to America, or go back to the Philippines." Of course, he had the family prior, so he went back to the Philippines. He didn't know that my mother was pregnant with me. So after Vung Tao, after he left, my mother went down to the countryside and then birthed me. He didn't even know he had a son
Wow.
in
That's
Vietnam.
amazing. So six
So
months.
then,
Si
when she told me a wrong name, and she told me in the right neighborhood. Right, it was in Calamba, Laguna. It has how many millions of people there. Wrong name. She said my name was Fantalon Sanchez. Okay, Fantalon Sanchez was his name, and um, so I would take that information, and I would go to the Philippines. But before that, before going to that, just dealing with my mom, like when I found her for the first day, it's like I didn't know how to deal with it. You know, we couldn't stay in the countryside because we were only coming down for the day and going up back up to the city. So they're like, why don't you bring your mom with you? So we brought my mom, and we're staying in this little, really small hotel on Tidam Street, District 3, right? And so my mom is going to stay with me. But you have to understand, like, for me, it was an emotional roller coaster.
no shit.
I went through happiness, I went through sadness, I went through crying, I went through just dry heaving, I went through just every emotion on the book. And like there's no way to communicate. So there was that kind of shame in that, but at the same time, wanting to know everything that, I mean, you have a million questions, but you can't ask any of them.
And at this
Because,
point, your mum had, when was the last time your mum had spoke to your father?
I don't know, 1968.
Wow. So like once he
Oh,
left, they never kept in touch.
1970.
Wow. Jesus. So
Right.
he didn't know she was pregnant. He didn't know you existed.
But he knew about my sister because he has picture. The picture I have in my wallet is the picture of when they were together and they're holding my sister.
Right, right.
When we weren't, and this is very, this next section is sort of very important in sort of my promise and why I've chosen to stay in Vietnam. This is sort of becomes the reason why. So I bring my mom up to Saigon, and she has only seen my disability from outside. I'm wearing jeans, so she doesn't see my braces. She doesn't see the impact of my disability, except for that I'm walking on crutches. I walk a different way. Okay, we know, but she hasn't actually been able to see any of the injuries. So, for so we get up there, we get up late, and now it's time to undress. And so I'm undressing, and I have leg braces around, and she's like looking at my legs, crying, and looks because I have scars that go from my knees all the way up to my hip on both sides because that's where they had to have that 10-hour operation, take out my hip flexors, put them
Yeah.
on my mother's back. They had to basically untangle the muscle throughout my hips, and that's why it took so long. You know what I'm saying? Not just muscles that weren't entwined with each other. So, like, she was looking at all that, like, in her mind, the way she's looking at, her choice to give me up because she got ill, do me for a life of this. And that, to a certain degree, that she hasn't been able to take care of me as a son, even though with all this disability for any of my life. You know what I'm saying? And it's like I was in college. I didn't have any money. I only had enough money for this trip and to do little things here and there and whatnot. And so I didn't really have money to be able to give to her. So I had long hair then, and I wanted to do something to commemorate this auspicious, meeting. This the first meeting of your mother. So I came up with the idea of putting my hair in a ponytail and cutting it off. And then what I did was I presented my hair to my mom as my gift to her. And
Wow.
basically, what I said to her is, I give you my hair because that was my most prized possession back there. I would have never cut it for anybody. And I gave her my hair, and I basically said, this is in remembrance
Yeah, man.
of
Yeah.
of the time that you couldn't take care of me.
It's beautiful.
But at the same time, I give you my hair because your son with short hair now has returned.
Oh, Jesus, man. That's beautiful. That's gorgeous.
And this hair also becomes my promise that I will try to make a life with you.
Oh. And you did.
That symbolism was for me the past, the present, and the future.
That's
And
amazing, man.
the reason why uh, I haven't told my story about finding all that early is because I didn't want it to get lost with everybody else's search movie. And you always are left with, and so what happens after? Right? Because within my thing, I said that I promised to have a life with her, and not knowing the language, not knowing the culture, not having uh, someone to model off of. Everything was new.
Mm.
You know, um, uh, it was a definite challenge. You know what I'm saying? Um, and because of that simple act of cutting my hair and talking about the past, present, and future is what drives me and drove me to sort of go out on that limb. Even though I'm Vietnamese, I'm a foreigner in the Vietnamese land, and I'm American through my teachings, my learning. If you ask me at that time, who am I would say I'm my adopted mother's son. My values are hers. She has taught me through hers what she values. I value.
Yeah,
Who I
of
am,
course.
and that's who I am.
Mm.
Say
Kind of.
granted, I try to use all the different things I can, but I had to do it my own way, and sometimes my American naivete got in the way. It's one of those things. It's about jumping off into the abyss and not knowing anything that will come at you.
Yeah.
And it's like it's funny in that uh, like some of my actions way back when, I've questioned and all that stuff. But like this year, my youngest sister, when I finally met her, she was 5, and now she's 30 something. She has now emigrated to Luxembourg with her 2 children and with her husband. And that's because through my American naivete and all that stuff, I helped her come up to Saigon and go to school so she could actually have the opportunity to meet her husband that actually gave her the opportunity to be able to emigrate to Luxembourg. So like those little effects, even though you don't see the effects or if it's helping out or anything like that, or you think that it's foolishness way back when is actually really helpful.
Let me ask you a question about this moment in your life now. You've met your mum. How is your loyalty torn between, right, I want to start a new life now with my real mum, and then obviously the love you've got from your adopted mum? Is there
Well,
is
see,
this is that must
because
be
no,
confusing?
no, see, a lot of the misconception, a lot of the different families are really resistant about if you were to find
Yeah,
your
yeah,
biological parents because it's like, you're my child now, you're supposed to love me.
yeah,
But it's one of those things that we always talked about, the different difficulties, the expectations, the wants, or whatever the problems that we have. My parents were, because we had 5 adopted, my parents was, you know, they understand as a human being, as a sentient being, that
amazing.
me being me, and if it's important for me to figure out who I am, it's not threatening to them because since
Yeah,
they love me, they need to understand me. And understanding me is that I needed to do that. And if,
yeah.
if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it doesn't happen and I fall, they're there to catch me still because they still love me unconditional.
What do you
So
think? What do you think would have happened if you'd never met your mum at that point? Would you have
I
been
went back to American and fully uh, dove into American culture and
right?
being American 100.
Right. So, okay. So that is a phenomenal little scene right there. It's very heartwarming. But I want to now say, because this is where we get into the next section. 6 months after you met your mum, you went to the Philippines to search for your father with
Well,
no
because
internet, with no internet, let's say. How the hell did you find your father? I mean, it's just you've gone from a
So,
needle.
because my American father is an opera singer. His second wife turns out to be part Filipino. She's Filipino Mohawk. And so they had an opportunity that they were going to go back to the Philippines and visit her relatives. And then my dad had an opportunity to work with Francisco Feliciano, who was at the time the Philippine national composer, to do an opera about Jose Rizal, which is basically a national hero to the Filipinos. So since, I mean, like, okay, when I was in America, I called my mom and I called my dad, and I was like, I found my mother.
Wow.
So they're just like, what? And of course, when I got, had the whole interview and talked to him, did that, and because but then my father was going, so I was like, let me hop on that opportunity to get introduced to the Filipino culture, since they're going all anyways. So why not go with them just to learn, to spark it out? And, it was one of those things that, again, my mom had the name wrong. She had the city. That's it. She had Pantalon Manches and fucking Calamba Laguna. So that's my only clues to find my father.
Right.
So we got there and we're actually staying in Quezon City. And so I decided, why don't I rent a car and just blindly go to see Calamba Laguna? And we were friends, and I met with this guy. They found somebody that would help us do the search or something like that, that knew the city of Calamba. We picked him up, and right, he was just like a guy that wanted to help. And so we're like, well, where the fuck do we look? Right. So first thing we do is we decide to go to City Hall. And we go in the city. I'm like, okay, we're gonna go to City Hall. We're looking for what? Fandalon Sanchez, right? So we go into the front door, and right to our right is another door, and it has a title on it, Office of Missing Persons Bureau. Right? I mean, like, okay, it's normal to have missing people, so let's have a bureau on that. You know what I'm saying? So I go in there, I lay it out. Before everyone thought that my dad was a lieutenant because I was always had MPs. So I said, he's probably around this age. He was in the Vietnam during this time. The name that I have is Fantale Manches, right? And he's from Calamba Laguna. There's nothing you can do, right? Went around, looked at Calamba. Then we end up going to Calibo Island, another island where the relatives of my adopted adopted father's second wife from. But we had given the information of where we were in case that person found or had any clue on Fontana and Sanchez, right? And so we're going over there. We go there for a week, and then I'm like, my dad had to fly back to Manila to study for the concert that he's having about Jose Rizal. I said, I don't need to go back there right now. I'll stay because there's a big holiday Asatian, which is a big holiday in the Calibo Island. So that's where they have big parades and they're all dressed up and all that shit. So I figured I'll stay there, and then I was hanging out with the relatives. My dad was getting ready for the concert, and then, I got a call from that person that included about Akron, and they said, "We found your father."
Fuck.
His name isn't Pantaleon Manchez. His name is Pantaleon Mance.
How did they find him though?
Because my father was a principal at a school. And so everybody knew him. And so they learned about his story. And that guy
Ah,
actually knew my father. And he said, were you at this time? They had a conversation. Were you at this time? Blah, blah, blah. And my father, yes, yes, everything's correct. Here's a picture of my mom and my sister. Yes, that's them. That's me. Blah, blah,
so
blah.
there was no national press.
You're like,
There
but
was no
I don't
TV. There was no TV like advertisement, no newspaper.
know.
It's all
No,
word of
no.
mouth.
Yeah,
All
it's
word.
all word of mouth.
Wow.
That's what's so incredible about it all
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he didn't know that he had a son.
Fuck.
So I got that information. I was like, what the fuck? And so I'm like, okay, I gotta fly back to Manila. We have this meeting during that time when I went to my dad's concert. Then he had to go back to America. So I was staying on the Philippines so I could meet my biological father. So we had where I was staying with Jose Odazawa. He was on St. Jude's um, hospital compound. He had a villa there. We had tentatively set up a meeting time, a date, a time that he was going to come and I was going to meet him. So in that way, it was known. The actual that guy finding him and making the two and two connection is just absolutely dumbsmacked. And again, I started going through that Cinderella bubbly head. Is this really happening? What the fuck? I mean, how could this be? You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I knew when it was coming. So I had breakfast and I had bought myself a barong Tagalog, which is a very formal Filipino dress for men, you know, like weddings, you know, big occasions. So I had that to be my father. You know, the maid comes and announces that he has arrived. He's sitting in the front foyer, right? So the patio foyer type deal. I go and change because I just had a white shirt. I was dressed already. I just had to put on thing. I like made myself look presentable. Walked out with crutches, and we ended up sitting on that metal lawn chair like furniture. And for me, like I'm like again, is this real? Is this happening? So it was for me more a meeting for him to prove to me that I'm his son,
Wow.
even though he didn't know that he had a son.
Yeah.
You
Wow.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
in in saying that, my questions were very direct and very like, what were you doing in Vietnam? Okay, you know, baby, you know, my sister Fung, he knew all of that, right? And
Did you
then
need a translator then, or you could speak English?
no, he was an English teacher. He was the
Right.
principal at,
Ah, right.
you know, uh,
Totally different from your mum then.
yeah, I mean, he wasn't like fluent 100, but he was like fluent 80%. So
Good.
yeah, we
Yeah.
stumbled on some of the translation, but the gist of everything was in English, and it was okay.
Right.
Um, and so the thing is, like my agenda was asking him all these questions about Vietnam. How did he meet his mom? You know, he didn't know he had a son. You know what I'm saying? This is all these questions, and he's just answering. And and I already know the answer to them because of my mom and seeing that and all that stuff. So that's how he proved to me that he was my father.
Wow. So how is the feeling different from meeting your father to compared to your mum? Was it the
Well,
same?
why it was same in the sense that, well, it's totally different because, again, I mean, nobody is born and goes up without knowing that their ethnicity, ethnicity, the
Ethnicity.
race, the
Yeah, yeah.
race. You know what I'm saying? Like, you, you know, I mean, I grew up, I fought being Filipino. I fought being Filipino. You know, who at 23, 24 years old finds out they're another race?
Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's
You know what I'm
fucking
saying?
crazy.
It's a, I mean, I mean, you probably can count that on your hands because 99.999% of the people grew up with their parents, or even not, they know that they're, if they're born in Korea, they're Korean. If they're born in Vietnam, they're Vietnam. But who would know that you actually had a mixed race way back in 1968?
Is there honestly, like, question here I want to ask, is there some form of excitement as well as like sadness? But it's like, oh wow, like, like
Yeah, well,
I,
it's kind of like I get to use that sentence like, "This is my father."
yeah. Ah,
You know what I mean? Just that simple statement is so completely loaded when before it's not. It's like when I was young, when I was 14, I traveled with my mom and my stepfather to India. And of course they're white. And I'm not Indian, but I have that dark skin. So I could be like an Asian Indian. So we get in this taxi. My mom speaks Hindi. Okay, she's white, she speaks Hindi. I fucking do not speak Hindi. We're shit. So we get in the taxi. I sit in the front. The taxi driver basically looks at me and starts speaking to me Hindi. And the gist of it, what he's saying is, "What the fuck are you doing with all these white people?"
yeah. No, I grew up next to an Indian family, and they used to take me to the local fair, and all the white people used to look at them saying like, why have you got a white kid hanging around with you? They looked down on them, but I loved it. They were fucking wonderful.
We see the way that we look at it is we look like it's down. They look down on us because they don't understand.
You
It's
don't
not
understand.
they look down on you. It's that you're that oddity and they just want to know about you. It's
Now,
not about looking down like you're a lesser human being. It's
yeah.
not like that.
Now I have a question because I know you're a Star Wars fan like me. So how did you deal with that whole Luke, I'm your father? That must have played on your mind a little bit, right? Like, who the fuck is my father? That must have
Yeah,
really played on your mind.
but honestly, I wanted my sister to look like Leia.
Ah, so did your father have regrets as well? Or not?
Well, no, because
He had
my
no
father
idea.
went to Vietnam because his best friend was uh, was part of the engineering corps that went over to Philippines. My father followed my friend to Vietnam because his interest was in logging.
Logging. Yeah.
Yeah, so he went over there to see if he could, but then he got picked up by the American Army because of knowledge of English. But then his sort of group of friends then moved out who had control of all the radios, basically ran the black market in the sense that they could get anything from the Saigon because Bungtao used to be the R&R place for the soldiers and all that. So if they wanted beer, if they wanted cigarettes, if they wanted girls, they wanted anything, and they needed to get it from Saigon and brought over. Then my dad and his crew, who was in charge of the radios, basically ran that.
Right. So did you feel like all the pieces of the puzzle had come together now? Did you feel complete?
No, because there's still all these questions. I mean, there's not complete because there's all the why. Like my father, it's like his tour ended up like there's no way that he could be able to stay in Vietnam. He had a family from before, so things about his life. But it's one of those things that he went to the Philippines and never ever talked about my sister or my mother in Vietnam and having another family.
Right,
He would
right.
have taken all of that story to his grave. Only his best friend knew. But
Wow.
he hid that from the rest of my sisters and my brother and his first wife.
So how did that affect
So,
his
so in some ways, when I found my father, I became a blessing and a curse for him.
right, right. I was
In
gonna say.
in the sense that, wow, amazing, I have a Vietnamese son. But then at the same time, like my sisters had put my father on that pedestal, and now they're highly Christian, and so if there's like a fall from grace, you
Right.
know,
So
thou
you
shalt.
were kind of the smoking gun that he was cheating. He cheated, right?
Yeah,
He
so
cheated.
the thing is, he had to face the reality that this was real. It's like, look, like within my family, when the guy met my father found out that he has a son, he hasn't met him yet. There was a big family discussion that I learned about later that my sisters, my brother, his first wife, him had, and the family didn't want him to come meet me.
Right.
Like they fought against that tooth and nail. But my brother-in-law, my sister's older son, husband, who is in the family but outside the family, he was Manila SWAT.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
I mean, he was just straight up Manila SWAT. I mean, he later in life he stopped 10 people from robbing a bus, was stabbed 50 times, was accused of this, that, the other thing, got demoted, fucking survived 50 people, 50 stabbings, got a Mary on his heart. And so, his life is a whole nother story. But he was like, came into that conversation, and without him, my father would have never come and meet me. He was like, look, this guy is claiming to be your son. Okay. There's got to be a reason. Either he is or he isn't, but there's a
Yeah.
reason. You need to answer that reason under God's eyes, right? I'm not in the family, so I'm looking at it objectively. So you got to figure out whether this guy is for real or not because he never knew he had a son. So in that way, in the right of the right, it's because my brother-in-law said it wasn't this kid's choice that you were his father,
Yeah.
but you have to clarify whether it's true or not. You
You know
have
what?
to. You have
All
to.
all I'm thinking about right now, you know, my son Luca, and my life here has not been that easy, but fuck, Luca has not had to deal with all of this stuff. And I'm sure there's a lot of listeners out there that, you know, I hope
I
they're
mean,
thinking about
I mean,
how lucky some of us are. Our lives are not perfect, but what you're explaining here is like so multi-dimensional head fuck.
I
And
mean, I did my mother's search and my father's search with no information, and I did it alone.
yeah. All right. So you managed to find your father, but then you discovered that you had an entire extended family in Vietnam as well. But how different were their lives compared to yours in the States? Because you
Oh,
had
I mean,
luxury
okay,
life.
so uh, after a year, because I found my mother, and then I wasn't until a year later that I had the opportunity to come back and make that pilgrimage down to visit my brothers and sisters, because I knew that I had 6 brothers and sisters in Vietnam. I just
Yeah.
didn't have the opportunity at that point, and like to get to my mom's house, it's much different. It's like originally, I hadn't been on the back of bikes, and they were going over those narrow bridges. And like the first time we made it, but I was like, I can't fucking do that. It's just too scary. So after that, we used to get one of those long boats and take a boat ride to my mom's house. But my mom's house is basically a shack because she had came up, and there's a guy that married her, and she had 6 more kids. And
Wow.
I thought that the second husband um, got bitten by a snake and died in the rice field. But only recently I learned that he committed suicide due to poverty.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And so my mom was in debt. She was taking care of my sister, Brian. My youngest sister at that time was 5 years old. She didn't have any teeth. She was the only one. So even though I was, young and whatnot, my few $100s that I gave to her went a really long, 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 long way. And I always went down there, and subsequently, and always gave them, like, for the first time I went down there, I had bought some toys. I think I got one of those Voltron cheap plastic toy things that break up into all the little robots. And they broke it in the first 5 minutes. My brothers broke it in the first 5 minutes.
That's what they do. Luke used to do
And,
that.
like, I had gotten them
They don't know how
water,
to play with toys. Yeah, you just fucking rip them up.
waterproof watches so they could use it in the field and stuff. And after that first trip, my my friend translated to me, it's like, it's just better to give money as opposed to buying gifts. Because they
Right.
don't toys and stuff. They'd rather have food on the plate. So, I mean, so my dedication to them, to my mother's family, and my because of the poverty and whatnot, is where a lot of my focus um, um, sort of lay on to first. Whereas my Filipino family, they all had kids already, since they were the same age as my mom, were a little younger, and I was the baby in the Filipino family. Where in the Vietnamese family, I had to take over the role as oldest son,
Wow.
and to some extent take over, even though I didn't know the culture or the language or whatnot. It was still sort of put on me that I had to sort of fulfill the mantle of father.
What was your role in your family in America then? Just as a son?
I was actually two older brothers, one older sister, two younger sisters, one older brother. So I was smack dab in the middle of seven.
Wow, what a fucking
So in the Philippines, I was the smallest, youngest. Back, I was snap dab in the middle, and in Vietnam, I was snap dab in the middle.
Right. So then, so no, all right. So then in 1996 is when you had this car accident. And that's when you messed up your, that's when you became wheelbound, right?
So the thing is, I was going to a school, college in San Francisco, CCAC, California College of Arts and Crafts, and it was Thanksgiving, and my sister wasn't coming into the airport at SFO until like 6, so I had gone down downtown and was just kind of fucking around, and then I got in the car, and I was waiting for somebody to park, and this guy in fucking just got a raise working on Wall Street. I got a raise, bought himself a BMW, was speeding around the streets of San Francisco, and plowed into the back of my Toyota 4Runner. They had to lift off my truck off of his car. His engine had buckled up. He totaled his fucking car. But because of that, I was holding the steering wheel, and I slammed so that my rotator cuffs were torn.
So he hit you from the back.
Yeah, it totally rear-ended.
And what about him? He survived, no problem? Or...
Yeah, he survived. His bag popped and all. He had his seatbelt on. But he totaled his $60,000 BMW.
So
buying it.
After this wonderful few years of you finding your mom, your dad, you wasn't supposed to be wheelchair bound. You could have stayed on crutches for the rest of your life. Then this accident happens out of the blue, and that changed things a lot.
I was working with disabled kids. I was in an electric wheelchair. I mean, I went from burning 3,000 calories a day to burning nothing.
Wow.
I can't even walk. Even taking a simple pee was difficult because I had to sort of scoot to the end with one arm, deal with all that. Taking a shit, getting on the toilet, basically took about an hour to do every fucking time because I didn't have my legs. I had one arm to do everything, make transfers and everything like that. To take a shower, I was just doing sponge baths and stuff like that. I completely disabled. What saved me is having the electric wheelchair. and be able to teach other disabled people from there. But it basically stopped me. I lost my confidence of traveling and all that for a
Did you
year
ever
and a
feel
half.
like? Did you ever feel like giving up?
Always. I mean, that's sort of kind of
What about
because,
suicide? You ever thought about suicide at that point?
yeah, why not? Of course.
Fuck.
You know, it's like when you guys, like, somebody has a motorcycle accident, they're all healthy and whatever, they have a motorcycle accident. Now they're paraplegic and stuck in a chair. They can't imagine their life ahead of them.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how it was like with the shoulder. It's like the frustration of being able to do everything, and now I'm an invalid in the chair.
When did you do the marathon though? In the chair? Was that after the accident or before? You did a
That was
marathon.
before. That was when I went to UCLA. You know, I started drinking and stuff. I had a friend in ROTC, and he was practicing for a marathon, and it was just a big thing. And he said, "I bet you can't do the marathon." And when I went to UCLA, I was on crutches still, but that was my first time of actually using a wheelchair. So the thing is, I ended up using it a lot. I walked and used a wheelchair. I was insanely strong.
Yeah.
And so then, well, I ended up using the wheelchair because I was in Wilshire Boulevard and I wanted to travel around. So I would go down to Santa Monica, go to a hangout at Venice Beach, go down to Malibu, wheel back up. And I started doing that on weekends because it's fucking
And
boring.
for all the listeners who've never been around the area, we're not talking about flat landscapes. We're talking about hilly as fuck.
Oh yeah, well yeah, but
It's
general,
super hilly, right? San
I mean,
Fran is the worst place.
like going down to the beach was great because it's all cruising, but
Yeah.
going back up
Going
to
home.
UCLA, it's a virtual. And so the first time that I did it, I miscalculated and I was just dying. And like I would pass hotels and I was having fantasies of renting a room, sleeping there.
And
Yeah.
how far was this marathon? We're talking about full 42 km.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're talking about, it's a 45 miles.
You did 45 miles in a wheelchair. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Right. Right.
But
So
I was doing it on my own. I had bought a little odometer in my wheelchair so I could gauge how far I was going. But it was different because I just had earphones and I was just doing it by myself. So it was more at my own leisure, which I had never done anything as a sports. But so when I signed up for the marathon and I got there, of course, wheelchairs are way first. Everybody else had a three-wheel racing wheelchair. I was the only one in the dumb fuck basketball wheelchair. With the I'm like that. So I'm like everybody else had their like suits and all this stuff. I had my airbrush T-shirt that I did a portrait of myself and wrote LA Marathon on, and I had these neon fucking jumper pants and all this stuff. I had a neon wheelchair. Everybody else was busy, and and of course the whole line of the marathon is like has people and they cheer you on, and so you get that adrenaline rush where you're like, yeah, fuck yeah. But so like at the very beginning, I was really excited, so I was all pumped, and like after a couple miles, I was just like, oh fuck, I'm tired.
yeah, I mean, if it's any consolation, the first time I did a marathon here, I had the wrong socks, the wrong shoes. I had blisters after 5K. I was fucked. But I did it. I did a 42K. So for me, and I know what it's like, even to do 5K, 10K, but in a wheelchair, it must be fucking impossible. Well, this is why we're having this conversation to inspire all these lazy bastards who sit on the chairs all day doing nothing. Get off your ass. Like anything is possible.
Two-thirds of the race, the lead runners passed me, that stuff. And like I got to the 20th mile, and then my roommate was there standing. So he saw me and he started running with me, going, yeah, go. And I'm like, burst of energy. Then when he petered off, then I was like, fucking hell. God damn it, I didn't get pushed. And the thing is, like, so I made it across. I fell down on the ground. I was I ended up sleeping for a day and a half after I got back to the dorm because my roommate, a family, brought me to the start of the marathon. But I was asleep a day and a half. I thought I woke up that night going, okay, let's go to class. And they're like, no, you've been asleep most of your days. I lost 20 pounds.
Well, you know what I'm going to do next time I see you? I've got a couple of marathon medals here that I've done. I'm going to give you one from me. Just like you gave your mum your hair, I'm going to give you one of my marathon medals because you're a fucking legend. Now, let's talk about
Because I finished the LA, I'm like, fuck it. Let's do the Long Beach. And so I did the Long Beach.
That's hard work. Now, what happened in 2000? And what did you make? What did you personally craft yourself before this big event?
Well, in 1999, because I had been working with kids and stuff like that, I had a coworker who was also in a wheelchair. Had a roommate, and he had his own little foundry. He was a jeweler, and so the thing is, I had in the 90s gone to San Francisco, and I had learned welding, and I had taught myself third world wheelchair building. So I taught a course on that. And then there was while I was going to college, there was an event where the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act, was having like their 30th anniversary, and all these new laws were soon to come. So I went to a 2-week intensive, and I did that so that we could go around our neighborhoods and around the city and look at different businesses and get them up to code beforehand, and finding solutions and sort of making our surroundings code to the ADA. Then Hillary Clinton was a vice president there. She had an event at the White House to sort of champion healthcare. So I had then I was already working with AbleNet, which we started a school out in Da Nang to help teach able bodies because we wanted to sort of change the perception of the Vietnamese upon disabled people. So I became director of development. And what that meant is I took pictures and took films, and then I would go to Silicon Valley and meet with Microsoft, meet with Hitachi, and whatever. And I would give them my pitch about we want you to donate computers so we can use them because we can't buy them and all that. And this will help disabled people, blah, blah, blah. So we had a big sort of liaison with Silicon Valley. Like I, a couple times took my business partner to DC, and we actually lobbied someone like Barbara Boxer and stuff like that to see if there was a sign or petition so that we could have a little more oomph on getting donations and help and whatnot. So we were invited to the White House. I got because of my ADA class and all that, so I was lumped in that group. So I actually was invited to the White House at the back lawn when Hillary Clinton was championing healthcare. So I saw President Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Gore, and Tipper Gore on the back lawn, and we actually marched on Washington, all of us disabled people. It was so funny. We got up to Congress, there's all these people in wheelchairs and all this stuff, and they started going into Congress and disrupting it. And so the Capitol Police comes and they want to arrest us and all that stuff. But you have all these people in wheelchairs and they don't have the facilities. And it's like, okay, we're in the wheelchair already. They have all these zip ties to be able to like cuff us. And they're like, we don't know what to do. It was just the funniest thing. But But because of that,
That's
because of
funny.
all of that interaction there, then when Clinton was going up for presidency, and this is when Gore, this is when President Bush actually won. Clinton was going back to Vietnam for the first time in 35 years. Right. It's a historic event, and it was one of those things. I had a dream that I went, like a fantasy dream that I went. I could totally see it. And then before the trip and all that, I got a call from David Dang, my director. I had somebody and somebody. He's all, we've been invited to take part in this IT delegation, information technology delegation, that's going to sort of travel alongside President Clinton's agenda. We had an agenda separate, but we were in the same areas that he would be, just on the off chance. And the funny thing about all that is this is when Vietnam had dial-up, and they don't have internet now. And right around 2000 was when
dial-up, right? Dial-up, you mean dial-up?
Yeah.
Dial-up, right? Okay.
So in 2000, the internet is just transitioning into what it is now. So wow. Vietnam was before, off of dial-up, could basically read what you wrote, censor anything, whatever. They would slow down your email if they didn't like anything, right? They checked anything. But with this new internet, the post office Vietnam wouldn't be able to handle all that information. And part of our delegation was that we talked about the internet and how you had to have free-flowing ideas. You can't control all the information comes in. There's going to be bad things, there's going to be good things. If you want Vietnam to grow economically, you can't listen to Pepsi's plans for Vietnam and then sell it to Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? You have to somewhat have the free-flowing. And that means also you have to bring it out to the general population. And we talked upon that point. And to a certain degree, that's why internet is so free in Vietnam now. So wow. I kind of put a feather in my cap, and it's like, without me talking about the internet with Vietnam, we would not have the internet now that we have now. So you all need to thank me.
Oh,
so I just say the reason why Vietnam is a fast-growing population, because 65% of it is under the age of what, and because everybody wants knowledge, the internet is cheap and easy to get. So I sort of, because of what we talked about, really helped out. But we were part of that entourage. We had like the head of IBM, fucking Hitachi, fucking Microsoft, all the big wigs from South America, from our district area, and from Silicon Valley was on the trip and all that stuff. So we had definite heavyweights. And it was so funny because I was kind of like the only real like hippie kid from Berkeley, and I was like, I'm from Berkeley, so I was like the hippie sort of whatever. And I was on the ride to maybe on the off chance of talking to meeting Clinton and just doing this historical event. It wasn't that I was a keynote or guest speaker. I did have one time when I was talking about sort of using technology in like jewelry making. That was a brand new jeweler there. Cat was new and all that stuff. So I was more in the eyes of the delegation, that delegation. I was definitely the bottom rung.
So just wait a second. In 2000, when you was already learning to be a jewelry maker, were you already using technology then, or was it still a handcraft?
it was still handcraft.
Right.
But I had talked about in the future about maybe using 3D modeling within jewelry.
Wow. Which is what you do now, which we'll get into towards the
Yeah,
end of
which
the.
what I do now, and I'm like Forrest Gump in these weird events happening.
You are like Forrest Gump.
I was in the beta class of the main. I was in the beta class for CAD drawing matrix, which is now the industry standard.
Was anybody talking about that then? This matrix. This is the program that you use now to design.
I was supposed to go. I went to GIA and I signed up for a class in SolidWorks, and they chose that class to introduce the beta course of Matrix.
Wow.
So it was the very, very first time that Matrix was ever taught in America.
This is pre Google Sketch, right?
Yeah.
Because Google Sketch was like the first thing I ever saw where you could do 3D design.
But no, this was in 2002.
Ah, right. That's when the beta matrix came out.
Yeah.
Okay, so
like we ended up being at the Opera House where the big state, showing off the Opera House, and Clinton and Hillary came.
The Opera House in Saigon. The Opera House in Saigon.
Yeah, the Opera House in Saigon.
Yeah.
And they came and they got to sit in the presidential box, which was on the second floor, but that we had no elevator. So where I ended up sitting was I was sitting next to all the different ambassadors from around the world. But I didn't get to see Clinton.
So you did some diehard shit, didn't you? What did you do?
So that was November 16th. Then November 17th, we flew down to Saigon because we had some information technology meetings down there. And then Clinton decided to fly over to Da Nang and deal with the MIA issue, right? Then on November 18th is my birthday, but because Clinton was going to come the next day on the 19th, Saigon shut down. So on my birthday, I was thinking I was going to go drinking and clubbing and all that shit. I had fucking coffee on the corner of the street. That's all I could do for my birthday. And we were staying at the Rex Hotel. And, we had a sort of a pre-meeting where we had Barbara Boxer, we had Secretary Mineta, and some other notable congressmen. And we met John Kerry and all that stuff, and we had pictures and all that as our morning event as the IT delegation, so that other business industry leaders could meet the people that are in Congress, in this historical event. And then they kept changing the names of the people who were invited to the big conference where Clinton was supposed to show up, right? So we finished the event, it's like early afternoon, and my name isn't on the list. But it's right outside the city hall, and I was just like, fuck it. There's nothing to do. I'll go see if I can like weasel my way into this meeting so I could potentially see Clinton. You know what I'm saying? But the funny thing
you're adamant you're going to meet the president no matter what, right?
Yeah, but again, the stupid thing is it turns out by the changing that on the final draft to let in, there's my name on the list because I have Gentry and Buckner, so don't sound like it beat me. But then at the same time, because I was invited to the White House, I had already been cleared by the Clinton administration.
Wow.
So because of that, because I'm going to the White House, that gave me then their permission to meet Clinton in that final meeting. So it was only out of 30 of us, there was only 2 of us that was allowed to go meet Clinton, go up and actually see him talk, not meet him, but see him. And
Right.
that was just a guy that was like the head of Microsoft for the Silicon division, and me. But it was crazy because at City Hall, they already were starting the meeting. We were late, and so there was nobody to help me go up the stairs. So I got out of my chair and I crawled up the stairs and pulled up the chair behind me. Right. So I pulled up the chair on the marble grand staircase. That dignitaries walked on. I'll tell you one thing: the staircase has never ever been so clean.
That's some real Terminator shit, that, right?
That I
Yeah,
thought must
you
be the
cleaned it with
president.
your ass, you dirty bastard.
And it's like I didn't know where to go. I got to the second floor. I knew they were in the main room, so I ended up going through a side room and then through the main room, and I didn't know the main door. So, but I got into where the event was happening. It was a big industry thing. I mean, you had the big wigs from
What,
North America.
you got in there on your fucking arms and legs on the
Yeah, I
floor.
crawled up the stairs.
And how did you get your chair up there then later?
I would just go up one step, bring my legs up, then pull the stair up one stair, then I would go to the next stair, pull it.
So you pulled your chair up the stairs as well?
Yeah.
Oh my God, right. I didn't know that fact. I was like,
It was only me. There was nobody to ask for help to get up the stairs.
you cleaned the stairs and pulled your chair up.
I did it all myself.
Now, I will contest that he's able to do that in a minute when I'll explain how we met in the gym. I'll fucking tell you a story about that. Anyway, go on. So you get to the top.
So I get there, I go through the sideway, and then I'm sitting there, and they're having
It was only 4 stairs, though, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Just 4 stairs.
What are you talking about? It was 34 stairs, you fucker.
I know.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to break your fucking legs and then put you at the bottom of those stairs. Say, here's $100. You want it?
No, I'll never do it. I'll never be able to do that. Go on. So 34 fucking stairs on his arms, pulling up his chair to meet the president. Unbelievable.
These grand marble staircases.
Unbelievable. And then what happens?
So I went into the meeting, and I don't really give. I don't. I'm just sitting there listening. They're talking about things I don't know about and whatnot. But it was funny because you knew the president was coming. The reason being is because he had all his Secret Service agents spocking the whole area out anyway.
Yeah, but
So
nobody was on the stairs with it.
yeah, everybody was in the bed, but you had this 18-year-old guy who's a fucking gorilla, in his suit, trying to look like he's a businessman. He's like double the size of anybody. He's 18, this, and he has that wire behind his ear, and he's going like this. Very interesting point. I like what you did here. Maybe we can make. Yes. Well, like, shut up! You don't even know what he's talking about. So then, like the senators all come and whatnot, Barbara Boxer, Kerry, and all that stuff. They actually come into room and start hanging out in the room. See, at the event earlier, I had designed a jewelry pin of the banyan tree that its roots went into circuits, and it was a pin and a commemorative pin that I gave to Secretary Mineta at the morning event, thanking him for being a part of the IT delegation. Okay, and it was out of gold and it was out of a green topaz. And this was actually, ironically, the first piece of jewelry I ever made.
Yeah. You made the pins, didn't you?
I did. I made it. I made it by hand.
Yeah. So you made some, what do you say? You made some pins especially for that event. That's what I was asking you
Give
before.
them
What?
gifts
What?
for Secretary Manette, for Barbara Boxer, for Jim Carrey.
Wow. Jim Carrey was there. No. Oh no. No.
John Kerry.
John Carrey.
Yeah. The Mask. What the fuck?
Hey, John Kerry. I would like to ask you a question.
All righty then.
So, okay, go on, carry on.
So they had a meeting, and then all of a sudden they're like, President Clinton will be coming in 20 minutes. He'll be meeting you guys downstairs in the foyer or whatever it is, right? They had a stand. So I'm like, fuck, I got to get out of there and get down those stairs first so I can have front row in wherever he's going to sit talk at the podium. So his last farewells to Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of, but since going through the side, well, first of all, John Kerry's there and he's getting pictures and all that stuff. So I roll up to him and say, let me get a picture. And it's like, you know, I actually met you in 2001 in Thailand. You're the one that helped me get my visa to go to Vietnam the first time I went in the Peace Walk. You know what I'm saying? And it was great. And then I went through the side door and Secretary Menendez there, he calls me over and he gives back the pin. He says, I cannot, as being an official, government official, I cannot receive gifts of value. But I took a picture with him with it and all that stuff, but he returned it back to me.
What an asshole.
Yeah, you know.
What a straight up asshole.
I went down the stairs. I went down by myself. I was the first one, and I was carrying the stairs down the stairs. And then I had to go back up 10 stairs to go up the middle area. And then there was a red rope about 10 feet from the podium. And I got right in the middle of that red rope, right smack dab in front of the podium. Right. Then and back then, you know, I'm a part of that IT garage, and I had my cool pics, fucking rotating camera, and I had been taking pictures of this, that, the other thing, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit right in front. I'm gonna have a perfect view to be able to take pictures of Clinton and stuff like that, right? I take a picture of the podium, my battery dies. I mean, it's the most ironic thing. I'm like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to go out and buy batteries without losing my spot or without not being able. So I'm like, fuck, I have no batteries. I can't take pictures of them at all. And this is going to be the wrong thing. You know, back then it was like, it doesn't happen unless you post it. It never happened unless you posted it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, sure.
You know what I'm saying? So here I am. I'm part of an information technology delegation. So that we all high in tech, and I ran out of batteries. I'm not going to be able to get a picture with Clinton.
Fucker.
Right? God damn it! It was just like
my life. FML.
Yeah, so everybody finally comes down. We're waiting for Clinton's entourage comes. They come down the stairs. The Vietnamese head of Saigon is on one side. Clinton's on the other. They come down on either sides, and they come down the middle, and they meet in the middle. The guy, the Vietnamese head of Saigon, speaks, and then Clinton gives his final speech to Saigon.
You shouldn't talk about head and Clinton in the same sentence. I'll get banned on YouTube.
Oh no, but you know the funny thing is like knowing that I was going to meet Clinton, a lot of kids, Monica Lewinsky, and you know, I was trying to think of things to say, and one of the things I say if I ever shook his hand is I was going to say, I've never been this close to Monica Lewinsky.
Was this before that or after?
Yeah, this was before.
This was before.
No, we don't say that. We don't say that thing. No. That's exactly what it was going to go to the first historical visit since the Vietnam War to come to Vietnam and have some dumb schmuck fucking fuckers ridicule him about Monica Lewinsky first thing. I never felt this close to Monica Lewinsky in my
Definitely
life.
getting banned now. I'm fucking 100% getting banned. That's my
You know,
podcast over.
So he does this speech, and there's delegates on the left side, so he shakes their hand. Then he walks in front of us to the right side, and he just walks right in. He's like 5 feet. Come on, shake our hand. But he meets him, shakes the VIPs on the other side, and then he starts going down the road, down the aisle that's in front, and shaking him with his hand. And beforehand, I had been hanging out with this girl, this cute girl in pink, who worked for AmCham, and she was a BQ, and she is a businesswoman, but she's just cuter than fuck, right? And President Clinton, he's fucking, going out shaking, and of course she's gonna shake his hand before, and she, shakes his hand, and she stammers, you did, a picture with you, right? And Clinton, Mr. Smooth Debonair, most powerful man, pimp guy in the world, reaches over with his arm and puts it around his shoulder. He said, "Sure, let's take a picture." It's like, damn, if I was a woman, my panties would be fucking off. You know what I'm saying? It was that pimp, right? You're just like, damn, I couldn't be more smooth than that. Takes a pimp, right? And comes over to me and starts shaking my hand. And it's one of those things where I expect him to shake my hand and let it go and not really engage. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, who the fuck am I compared to the most powerful man in the world?
You're the guy who went up fucking 34 fucking flights of stairs.
Yeah. So I was shaking his hand, and he wouldn't let go of my hand. So he had captured and engaged me. Like when we started shaking hands, like all the TV cameras and all that stuff went, ooh.
That was the famous shot.
All of a sudden they were like focused. And I'm sitting there, I'm just fucking this. Again, I have my like la 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 fairyland buzzing in my hand, and I'm shaking his hand, and I'm like,
now just for all the listeners that are listening, it became a very, very famous shot of Tweet and the president together, and it was like national press. That's where we're going with this.
I mean, no, but
massive moment, right?
Just because of being on TV, the consequence of that of meeting the president, and we'll go into it further. I ended up meeting the top mob boss, godfather to Vietnam that day.
Wow. Who was that?
The most powerful person at that time in Vietnam that day.
Who was that?
No, well, anyway, so I'm shaking President Clinton's hand, and I'm like, first of all, I want to thank you for coming to Vietnam and helping normalize relationship. I said I was born here, I was adopted, I went to America, grew up in America, found my mother, then found my father. I have a family here. I've been trying to help disabled people here, and all this stuff. And I'm shaking his hand, and he wouldn't let go of my hand. So he had my full attention, and it felt like I was the only one in the world with him.
Did you have an erection?
No, but I think I pierced my nipples without knowing it. I didn't feel shit. Right? No, but and I thank him for my camera is out, so I'm just feeling dumbfounded. I can't take a picture, I'm gonna go about tell my friends I met Clinton, and they're gonna be, yeah, sure, where's the picture? Fuck you, shut the fuck up.
My battery died.
So I'm shaking. I thank him for a normalized relationship. I told him that it would be easier for my family to be able to mix cultures, even that I found him and for me to live and blah, blah, blah. So I finished that conversation, and then he immediately turns around, puts his arm around me and points to his official photographer,
Yes.
his official fucking event photographer, and I took a picture
Yeah, and
with him.
that
And,
picture
and he,
that picture's on the BBC. It's in the
yeah,
BBC article. It's legit. I'm not gonna do any sharing right now, but it is a legit picture of you and President Clinton, which is pretty awesome. And Jim Carrey.
yeah, and so I knew a guy. I ended up even without batteries. I got his picture and all that stuff, and it. I mean, it was just amazing. But it's just one of those things. At the time, then he leaves. His motorcade leaves. Vietnamese people are talking how uh, handsome Clinton and Hillary are, and Chelsea is just fucking looks like I'm not that good looking. They're like, how did that happen? But it was like all the talk on the radio was weird. Vietnam gossips that way. But after I came out of the Saigon City Hall, like, okay, I met the president, all that stuff. And I was walking around downtown Wingway and all that stuff, Dumcoy Street, because we were gonna go eat and all this stuff. It's like all of a sudden I was like a local fucking hero because those people had seen me on TV
Yeah.
shake Clinton's hand. So I was like, who am I that they wanted? But they saw me shake the hand of Bill Clinton, so everybody wanted to shake my hand.
It was the first viral video in the world before there was viral videos.
It was crazy. I mean, it was absolutely nuts. I mean, I was more like I was a fucking celebrity.
Now, let's just put that into perspective, right? Where we've gone with this story. You were an abandoned child when nobody visited you for 3 years, and then all the way down the road, you got to shake the president's hand and became a fucking celebrity. Became a celebrity in Vietnam.
It's the first historical presidential visit to Vietnam since
in very tricky and delicate situation, where Vietnam was expecting a massive apology from America. Did he actually apologize on behalf of America or not? I don't think it was him. He didn't do that, did it?
No, he did and he did. He didn't blatantly say it, but it was just like we're here to coexist. We'll help you out, blah blah blah, but not actually say I'm sorry.
Yeah, and there was never any payback as well from America, right? For the
but
for like the Agent Orange
because of the association, the close working with the American government, Vietnam is now enjoying their freedom and their economic boom. So my business partner, who I had built a mini hotel with in District 10, he knew he had to deal with Nam Cam. Nam Cam was the biggest, whatever.
Nam Cam was still alive then?
Of course.
So for the listeners, wait. For the listeners, right? Nam Cam was like the biggest gangster in Vietnam. It was District 4. They still do these yearly parades. Let me just quickly, because I don't want the listeners to fall behind, but Nam Cam was a big gangster. He finally got caught, and the story goes that he got shot in prison, and there was 3 police officers that all shot a gun at the same time, and there was only 1 bullet because no police officer wanted to be responsible for the shooting because they would have got killed. So nobody really knows who killed him, but apparently there was a final bullet in the head later. Anyway, I didn't know Nam Cam was. So this is around the time Nam Cam was still. You was around here when Nam Cam was still going.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh, so you met him? Is this the guy you met?
Yes, this is who I met.
You met Nam Cam? Holy shit! I didn't know that.
Because his boy.
You met with them, right?
One of those things that in those days, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, like, the night before, I mean, this is November 19th, the night before was my birthday. And so my business partner came when Clinton left, and it was like the evening, and he's all like, Tui, we gotta go. And then I'm like, going where? He said, I gotta take you. We're gonna go drinking. And I was like, okay, fuck yeah, because I was, I want to go drink. I want to get drunk. Let's go do this. I just met the president. I was on a fucking high. Okay, and so I get on the back of his bike, and he drives over to District 4, like behind the banks, and the street is all dark, except for in the middle of the street, there's like a lighted area, and it's sort of like a beehive. There's like bikes coming, going, everybody shaking hands and like with two hands, and everything is completely formal. But there's definitely a table and there's like people coming, sitting, drinking, and all that stuff. I don't know what this is, right? I mean, I have no clue. He didn't tell me. And so they sit me by the hand. Well, there's a hand, but I've seen everybody shaking new hands, so I figure that this is, big wig shit, right? There, I have a couple other guys that sit right across from me. One is very boisterous, and kind of is a loud, funny guy, and then you had the main head.
Sounds
And
like the
so
first time you met me, right?
I think was you were holding the toilet paper.
There you go. That was the toilet paper guy. Go
So
on.
I'm sitting next to the head, right? And I'm just kind of looking around. I'm not saying anything. He's not saying anything. Then finally everything comes down and he leans over to me and starts to shake my hand. And before I grab his hand in two hands. And he says, "Do you know who I am?" And I go, "I'm sorry, I don't know who you are at all." He says, "I am the most powerful man in Vietnam. I am not dead.
Wow. That's
I
fucking.
saw you today shake the hand of the most powerful man in the world. So I called you here today so that I could shake that hand that shook the hand of the most powerful man in Vietnam."
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? He said that to me. And across from me was both Liam and Ion and so other two generals and all this stuff. And it was just like, uh, you know, again, it was just like, I don't fucking believe this is happening. You have the most powerful man that everybody fears actually called for me direct because he saw me on TV.
Why did he do that?
It's for his own ego.
All right. Okay.
There was no way that he would have been able to get close, but he wanted to be able to get some of that DNA that was on my hand or whatever the fuck.
Oh, but
For the
spread the
prestige.
love.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, the meeting with Clinton came with ankle warmers. I mean, come on.
Levinsky goes far, huh?
Yeah, you know, I'm saying I've never been so close.
Wow. So
But it's crazy,
I
but
mean,
but like his general, I am really ended up liking me, and he would actually invite me out to go drink, go clubbing, go be home, and I didn't have to pay for anything. We ended up going to Hue, going around Hue and Da Nang and stuff, and I didn't have to pay anything. He liked me because I was young. I was very nice guy. I was down to drink and all that stuff, you know. And the thing is, I hung out with those guys because I had no problem, no fear, because I had no business with them,
yeah.
like financial business. So it was just to hang out and have fun. So there was no reason for me to fear anything. And like I was invited to his Namkam's son's, his grandson's 1 month party, and like I sat right behind Namkam.
When did he get killed? How long after that? Because I came here.
A couple years.
I came here 2009. So you met him.
Oh, he was like 2003, 2004.
Oh, so wow, you met him. That's like quite a legacy. Did you battery? You obviously battery ran out as well. Then did it? He didn't have any private photographer.
Well, no, it's one of those things. I
Probably,
would.
probably best you don't have any pictures with.
Oh,
Well,
sort of one
is
of those things.
that's the equivalent of meeting like Che Guevara or somebody like that. You know what I mean? It's pretty
Well,
cool.
yeah, I mean, I mean, you just, it's like, from the Godfather movie, this Don Corleone, I met him.
Wow. Okay. So then after this, you then set up a custom jewelry business And
Oh
you
no,
met,
because no. So
we're not at
then
that
in
point yet.
America, because I was working with kids, I had a friend who roommate, one of my coworkers, roommate had his own atelier, and he was doing custom jewelry by himself. Got a big order, needed help. Then I stepped in. Then I ended up in 1999 started doing jewelry with him in America, and I'm learning on the job. It's one of those things that I went to CCAC, College of Arts and Crafts for graphic design, and sort of the stigma was any guy that did jewelry there at the college was sort of gay.
Yeah,
So
we
the
know.
thing is like, so stop it, you bastard. But so in my head, like becoming jeweler became that. But then I had opened up my own little studio, and I was
See,
doing woodworking and metalworking
you
and
can't use gay and open up in the same sentence because there's these algorithms, man. You're gonna get me banned. Carry on.
corn pole. These are words of
Cornholio.
yeah, you know that. And
Oh,
more TP for my cornholio.
oh, that is the funniest. I was actually, I wanted to ask you before, what was your favorite cartoon as a kid? For me, it was Beavis and Butthead. Like that is the greatest, funniest cartoon scene of all time. The
No,
disco the discovery of Cornholio.
no, my favorite was Pinky and the Brain.
Pinky and the Brave was fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Brain and how Pinky would just ultimately just fuck everything up. And Brain had meticulously planned and tried to come up with all the deviations and whatnot, and Pinky would always fuck it up.
But you just mentioned something about Cornholio. So why did he come up? What was the the birth of Cornholio? Why did he do that? I need BB for my mum heart. What was the episode that flipped him into a psychopath and he ran down the corridor? I need BB for my mum heart.
Yeah. Well, just called drugs.
No, it wasn't. It was when the teacher told Beavis and Butthead to shut up and they're not allowed to talk or laugh in class. And then they had that fucking sex education episode. And the guy's like, today we're going to talk about the vagina. And he's like, and they're not allowed to laugh. And then we're going to talk about the penis. And he just flips out and runs out into the corridor. I need my mother. So he was the opposite of what you are. You never flipped out. You stayed in control. You should have been the cornholio.
Yeah, well, I did have my flashes of genius.
You should have lost your shit a long time ago. So anyway, yeah, you started doing this custom jewelry, right?
Well, yeah. So then, like I said, talked about in like 2002. I mean, I saw a client coming in, and she had done SolidWorks and was doing 3D printing SolidWorks. So I'm like, that's a good idea to start designing the computer because I saw that as a way that I could still go back to Vietnam and still design because everything's on the computer. You know what I'm saying? Send back the files to be printed, whatnot, blah blah. So I was trying.
But wait. Before you've done all of that, you're talking about like computer stuff. You've already done like handcrafted stuff for how long? You've made chess pieces. You've made
Yeah, I mean, I've done woodwork.
You made the pins for the president thing.
Yeah, dude. I mean, from basically from when from like 90, I think it was 94 is when I first had my own studio.
Yeah, because let me just point something out for the listeners that are listening to this. They don't have any clue yet exactly what your craft is right now. You are a master jeweler. You make jewelry, you craft it, you design it, and you're a genius. You made my necklace for me. I asked you for, I gave you an idea, and you designed it on the Matrix.
I mean, if you want to run down pedigree, I'm a four-time third place in international competition in beading, in silver, in gold and platinum, and then necklace divisions.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm always the bridesmaid, never the bride, third place, but still, as an independent designer and just and being able to be sort of honored within the circle of the greats is a great honor.
So the thing that you're wearing on your ear right now, your earring and your necklace, you've designed all that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
and
is a lot of buffalo bone, and this is actually inspiration from Hawaii days. So
yeah,
I still do bone carving.
so there's people that go to you and they've got a wedding ring design, or they've got a
Yeah, like
design,
I've done, like
anything.
And dude, okay, as a designer, my slogan is I can build anything the heart desires.
There you go. All right.
You know what I'm saying? But like, so this person came and she was doing SolidWorks, and she was like doing simple 3D printed pieces that were like scissor parts and stuff like that, like little parts that were made out of from SolidWorks. So I'm like, that's a great idea to use that in design. You know what I'm saying? So why not? I learned that because that means I could be a designer. I don't have to become a master waxsmith and all that. Because if you do stuff in wax, if you fuck up the pour and you fuck up the mold, you have to start from day one and do it all again. But let's say I design something on a computer, even if I fuck up the pour, I have the program, I can reprint it, and that's time saved. You know what I'm saying? So I was looking at it that way. So I signed up with a GIA, which is the main, if you get your diamond certs, the main diamond certs of the world now are GIA certified. So I went to their home school, and I signed up for a 2-week intensive on CAD, and it was supposed to be SolidWorks, right? So I go down there. It's in Carlsbad, California. I drive down there. I'm crashed out at my friend's couch, in San Diego. It's an hour drive to Carlsbad each way. And so I started going to class there. And the first day, it was like I walk in and it says Matrix. And they were like, yeah, okay, we're going to teach you the beta version. This is our very first class ever for CAD design for this new program, Matrix, which now is the industry standard globally. Okay, so I take that 20-minute, that 10-day, because it's 5 days a week, and it was like 8 hours a day, right? But it only was 2 weeks, so that means it was a 10-day class, right? That's the extent of my CAD. And from that, just from my own learning and doing it on the job, like I designed this T-shirt company came to me and they had black pearl jewelry, and the main designer wanted to design a black pearl jewelry set for men. And they had some meetings. I was in Vietnam, the initial meetings. I was in Vietnam. But then I came back and they're still doing the initial meeting. And now here, I'm offering CAD. So the first time I sit in the meeting, I'm like, wait, I could do a pearl choker. And of course, everybody laughed because you know what a fucking pearl choker is, right?
Pearl choker.
A pearl choker?
That's like a pearl necklace?
Yeah, that's when you nut around, or pearl necklace, that's when you nut around the girl's neck. And because of the shine of your cum, it's the pearl necklace.
Yeah, I don't waste it. To be honest. It either goes in the mouth or in the hole. I'm not a waster.
Well, okay, so that's you. Other people like the jewelry, okay?
Yeah, back in the day, but these days, I can't even get it in the belly button. You know what I mean? Fucking
You know what I'm saying? Kind of dribbles off your left nutsack.
I've got like half a pearl.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then the other one's a black pearl. You know. So anyway, so they're like laughing at me. I'm like, no, seriously, I can design off of my very first meeting with them. I'm like, I can design a pearl necklace for women, and so I designed it for them that same week, and I designed a clasp that looked like the other beads, but the only difference was it was gold, and it was a different way of clasping. And
Right.
decided to uh, why not try it out at the Saul Bell Awards, which is the biggest. Rio Grande is the biggest distributor of jewelry um, 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 tools in America. They're the biggest, and they're sponsoring this event. And they had never had anyone enter a design that was done on CAD. So I was the very first. So they had a whole discussion on whether they should let something that was designed on CAD be allowed to go into the competition. But ultimately, even though it was designed on CAD, you still need to put your hands on it and polishing it and all that. You still have to come up with the idea and take that idea and make that from 3D.
What do you mean design on a cab? Is that a design on a computer, like the Matrix?
Computer design and 3D.
Right. So that was considered. That's almost like me as a DJ. Me as a DJ before going from vinyl to CDJ, right? There's a little bit of a
exactly. It's never been done before. Is it allowed? You know what I'm saying? Is it the same craft?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying, is it considered you being a DJ now compared to picking out your records and having to do manual scratching? Now you have machines that just do it for you.
Right.
Is that DJing? Yes, it is to a certain degree because you still have to have the knowledge of the music. You have to be able to sync it up. You have to still control the crowd, as it were.
If you have, in my opinion, if you have the experience of being a Jedi, and then you can learn to not use the lightsaber and learn, use something else. The thing is you have to have learned the lightsaber first. You know what I mean? Then you will.
It's like like in everything, but technology in this case sort of skips the step of having to become a master wax worker.
Right.
Because you're doing it on a CAD. Because if you do a master wax worker, then everything is done by hand. And if you fuck up in the mold, you have to start from zero. Whereas if you do it on CAD, you just bring up that programming and you reprint the exact same thing as you had before.
Yes.
So in that way, now in all jewelry competitions is a CAD category and all that stuff and whatever, and it's allowed and it's all about the idea and stuff. But I was the very first in America to be considered. Will they allow CAD in future jewelry events?
Wow, that's cool because you already learned the trade. So yeah, fuck it.
I learned it by myself, and I had 10 days.
Wow. And I've seen you hands on. I've seen what you do on that Matrix program, and it's fucking not easy. It's not like you press a button and it's like Chat GPT. Oh no,
no, but
it's architecture. It's architecture,
well,
man.
I mean, all the images, like as a designer, you really need to become learned and understand about different cultures, about different meanings, and all that stuff. Because everything that you can bring into designing enhances sort of the special ability of the idea of how does it relate to the customer, how does it not, is it faux pas, or whatever. It makes you, in my woodworking and doing welding and all that stuff, actually, those skills lead up to me becoming a successful designer.
Yeah. Now I want to talk about this you did set up a customary jewelry business here, and you met your wife to be. And I know it's a sensitive situation because you have got
No,
divorced
it
now.
doesn't test it
But
anymore.
I would like to say, like, was Katie your first real partner, or did you have girlfriends in the past?
Well, I mean, I was engaged before twice. I was engaged one time in the Philippines and then one time before Katie.
Now, do you think that I know this is going to be a bit of a tough question, but the fact that your family's all been split up and separated, and your dad had, I guess your dad had an affair, that's probably affected you as a person as well with your love. And
Well, no, again, like I had to alluded to earlier, that whole sense of when you're a child, that whole sense of love makes it so that you are more protective about sharing your love because you're afraid of being dumped again.
Yes.
So to make that bridge and then to decide to marry Katie was a huge step in that I was becoming that vulnerable again, which I ended up, I had a great wedding. I loved her. I thought it was going to be all, but things happen within life, and life can be cruel. And so the outcome is that we end up being divorced. But again, that sort of just becomes, I didn't want to chase that and be miserable all my life. It's just like that's another harsh chapter, a harsh learning in my lifetime, which have been many. And it's just what is the character of a man? It's just how do you bounce back?
Sure. No, I understand all that situation. My mum and dad, they didn't love each other. They stayed together for me, and then I left. My dad died, and the crazy thing was is that the night that my dad died, I was gonna tell my mum and dad like they didn't need to stay together just for me anymore. They go and spend the rest of your life being happy. And he died that night before I had that chance. And I promised myself that I would never get into that situation of being unfaithful to myself and being dishonest and being unhappy. And then when I met Luca's mum, my son's mum, I ended up replicating exactly the same thing that happened between my mum and dad. I ended up being
Well, because
with the
you're
mirror with the mirrors of our parents.
but okay, just to back up a little bit, if you were to ask me what is my greatest shame in life, it's my greatest shame in life was my very first argument with my dad. I had I went how many years without having an argument. Finally, it came to head. We were battling about he. I had brought him to Vietnam. He saw what I did for my mom. He wanted me to do the same for him, build him a big place. But I was apprehensive because my brother, who would have taken over, was a gambling junkie, and my dad was older. So we got in a fight. My brother threatening me with a machete, so I fucking just left. But when I left on bad terms. It was the very first fight. I would have never hit my dad. I would have never done anything. We were just yelling. But I was my first fight with him. I felt bad. Whatever. I went back to America, and then my dad died. He asked me to come for him on his deathbed, and I did come. And so my last,
Your real father, you mean?
and my biological father in the Philippines. So my first and last ever argument with my dad was the last. And, my shame is that I never went to him when he called me on his deathbed because I was that impudent son that was still dealing with the first fucking anger of the first fight that we had.
What do you think about that now?
Well, that's my biggest shame, and because of that, I reconciled with my parents in America. I got really effed up one New Year's,
And I called them and I said, hey, look, we've been battling over this, that, the other thing, just because of whatever. I need to tell you straight that I want to thank you for all you have done. I'm glad for your continued help and all that and being beside me. It's just I've been really lonely and I've never really been able to say that I love you. And life is too short for us to be battling. So now I have a great relationship with both my adopted mother and my adopted father.
Okay. What do you want to say to your dad right now?
Which one?
The one that's passed away. What do you want to say to him? He's listening.
Not well. I mean, there's nothing to say because
No, he's listening. Tell him.
just
Tell
listen to
him.
my don't just listen to my answer. There's nothing to say because I feel that words are cheap. If he's there and he's watching, he will see what I'm doing and take measure from that. And he will see that what I've done has been honest, good, true. By my actions, not by what I say.
Listen, as a father myself, it would be my job to find my son. It isn't my son's job to find me. All right.
Yeah, but if you didn't know you even had a son,
Exactly. Is what I'm saying.
how can you find him?
Yeah, but you found him. And then
Yeah.
when you found him, if my son found me, it'd be my job to take care of him. Not, I wouldn't expect my son to ask me, like, hey, you should take care of me. No. No
No,
way.
but
So
see,
I don't think you've not done anything
that's
wrong too.
yeah, but that's the
Wait,
Western way of thinking.
I understand that, but you haven't done anything wrong. And I think the fact that you found him and all the listeners, like the listeners, right? If you're listening to this is a fucking major, genuine conversation we're having right now. I never smoke on my podcast ever. I'm smoking because I'm relaxed because I'm talking to a friend, and I know why you wanted to do this podcast because you want to release it, right? And I am a really good person to help you release that. You've got nothing to feel sorry about. You've helped everybody you could help, and you've also been trodden on a lot. I'm going to tell you right now, if we had to vote, who's going to be the president, me or you? It's going to be you. Start. No need to feel bad about anything. Your dad's up there, fucking proud. I don't have a mum and dad. My mum and dad, they died. My dad died in 2002. My mum died in 2005. It's been fucking years since I've seen my mum and dad.
Yeah,
And
well, my dad has been dead for 13 years now.
I know, but you had a connection and stuff.
Well,
My shame. If you want to know my shame, like my shame is that I never fucking valued my parents enough while they were there. I never told them that. I don't know. I took advantage of the situation, and I didn't really fully grasp the fact that they lived a life of misery to take care of me, and that's sad. You
well,
know, and
that's why after my dad died, that I then reconciled with my American adopted parents. And ever since, because I showed my true feelings and my true vulnerabilities to them, that we could then move on. And it wasn't that you're my son, it's now that you're a grown, an adult, and this is how we treat each other out of mutual respect about listening to each other and all stuff like that, as opposed to being a child that needs to be, punished or teached on.
no. Anyway, what is the name? Can you tell us the name of just the first name of your adopted parents? What's the first names?
My father is Thomas Watson Buckner. My mother is uh, Christine Christine whatever what is that? Yeah, Seaman.
Well, I just want to say thank you to them.
Yeah.
Thank you to them for taking care of you, and you've not turned out that bad, to be honest, mate. You're a lovely person,
Yeah, but you know,
You're a very caring person, and you have a
but
very
it's
you have a very
when
strong
you
you have a
when you
strong aura. You know, when you make these loving housewarming parties, you take care of everybody. I've been to your house at Christmas, and you've always given my son a Christmas gift, which sometimes I've not even been able to afford to do that. You've, you know, you're a lovely man. So don't punish yourself about these things at
well,
all.
but see, it's not about punishing. It's just about going through those times and whatnot, and really being isolated. I mean, that whole thing about that you see on like TikTok and social media and stuff like that when they ask you, the guy, who do you talk to, and the guy's like, "There's nobody to talk to." There's nobody like them. Men are really isolated in that way. And a lot of time during all my years in the Philippines, dealing with my family there, dealing with family in Vietnam, dealing with my family in America and all that stuff, it's been very lonely in the
Sure.
sense that there's not been anyone that I can really truly confide into and really be able to bounce off ideas and feelings and be okay with that. Because sometimes you just need an ear to be able to hear yourself complain, to be able to make resolution to yourself to
Well,
how you're going to deal with the situation.
didn't I come in my time during COVID? I was having a meltdown. Who did I come and see? You. I came to you when I was so vulnerable, and you sat there and you gave me advice, and you fucking told me to sort my shit out, and you picked me up. So you remember we're all going through this shit, you know. And sometimes I've been there. What I've been there complaining about my life, and you're like, "Hey, do you understand what it's like to be in a wheelchair? Do you understand what it's like to have pain that you can't like deal with?" So you've put me in my place so many fucking times, man. You've made me actually. I've left your house feeling like I'm just a fucking sack of shit. Like I'm the one who's this naive person where I don't really understand what real pain, real challenge is all about.
See, but that wasn't my intention. My intention was to be able to listen to you, and then through me being the example to give you energy to, hey, I can do it too.
I have I have learned a lot from you, brother, and that's why we're here. That's why we're sharing this podcast. Um, now, when did your love for tattoos come about? Because you told me about graffiti before, but I want to ask you this question. You mentioned before that people think that you don't feel pain. I actually thought that maybe you got covered in tattoos because you don't feel pain. It's like it's easy for you. But
No.
does tattoos,
Okay,
does getting
I'll just let you know. Ever since braces, crutches, everything, my legs swelling, blah blah blah, I'm in pain
constantly?
every fucking day.
I know that.
Con-
I know.
So my tolerance and pain is like I was getting huge cysts and stuff, and I was cutting them myself and bleeding myself. You know, a lot of some of the pain that I go through, if I actually use painkillers, is because the amount of pain is just unbearable. I mean, you had to have gone to the hospital 10
I know.
times before. You know what I'm saying? But then there was a time where I was getting a lot of cysts and stuff, and I was like every month I would take a razor blade and just cut it and bleed it myself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
And
I'm 19 bones broken, 5 surgeries, and two lost parents. I mean, I'm similar to you. I have pain. I bite my nails. Sometimes I bite them to the point where they're bleeding, and it's
I mean,
like
it's all relative.
it's self hurt. But I also understand about how to heal other people. I'm very good at healing other people, and so are you.
Yeah.
So your tattoos is more about an artistic thing, or is it
Well, all my tattoos are my story about being adopted.
right?
So
Uh,
in that way, every tattoo I have has meaning.
so it's not been a
So
pain. It's not been about pain relief. It's about actual art. Or
It's about sort of my legacy. It's a reminder of what I've done.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
About sort of like on this, okay, like for this right arm, I have this like Western dragon over my shoulder, and then I have a water dragon right here. I have the sort of the fire dragon go over my shoulder, and then behind that, next to that, is a phoenix. And so the idea is this sort of Western water dragon is back then it represents me because I went overseas.
Yeah, yeah. So in 2016, you got married and then finally united three branches of the family together. Did everybody get on well?
You're the one that make it. Why not? It just sort of this is a wedding. There's that kind of that lack of ability to communicate kept everybody level headed and sane. I mean, couldn't have an opinion because if you express your opinion, the other branch of the family would have no clue what you're talking about.
That's
So
interesting. So if everybody could have spoke English, everybody would have kicked off.
maybe it could have, or they might have gotten closer. But because of that language barrier, it was more we're here to celebrate their connection and whatnot, and let's just enjoy it. And whatever comes, will come.
You must have felt on top of the world at that point there. You brought three branches, Filipinos and the Americans and the Vietnamese all together for a wedding. That must have fucking felt like, wow, okay.
But I mean, it was a success and a failure. It was a failure because I wasn't able to have my biological father there because he died before.
Ah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I am the tie that binds. You know what I'm saying? I'm the link, as it were, that connect all three families. I mean, so now, I have around 16 brothers and sisters in three different countries.
That's fucking
I
brilliant.
have probably close to 200 relatives around the world within my immediate families.
And you got me. Don't
A
forget
brother,
me.
mother.
um, now you've made a great deal of friends here in Vietnam as well. Since your time in Vietnam, who would
I'm sort of one of those people that I'm just weird enough to be interesting.
but who would you personally like to thank? And who are your greatest role models here in Vietnam? You've met loads of
Well,
interesting people.
my business partner and my good friend since way back when is Mr. Duke. He goes by Mr. Duke. He's up in Da Nang. I met him in the mid '90s, and he is somewhat disabled because he broke his arm, blah blah, blah all this stuff, and because of that long-lasting relationship, he has been sort of my guide. I actually had a plastics factory with him, and he's sort of been the father I never had in Vietnam. So for him, um, he is integral. I mean, of course, I would do anything for him. I've been there for his children, friends, to his family. I remember that I was the one that gave him the letter invitation to America so he could get his visa. You know what I'm saying? Because I had my jewelry company before. I mean, it just, again, even though he is older than I am, we're like older and younger brothers.
Okay. Um, how has Vietnam adapted to people with disability now? Because the pavements here are still pretty fucked up, to be honest. Like,
Well, I mean, okay, before they didn't have all these 5 stars and all that stuff. And because of the 5-star hotels and because of kind of international standards, that's when we start getting the toilets. I mean, I remember traveling around Vietnam and have to stop at how many different hotels and check if they have a city toilet. And then I'd rent a room just to take a shit, but it was that cheap. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nowadays, even the malls and all that have Western style toilets. They even have disabled bathrooms. Some places have um, ramps, but still, on the older buildings and stuff like that, um, there's Vietnamese, even though they're kind of brutal on the whole disability front, but the people will always help. You know, if I need to get up these stairs, I can ask 2 or 3 guys to help pick me up and lift up the stairs. And nobody really.
That's what I mean. You don't you can't just ask one person. You need 3. It's not easy,
Well,
man.
I mean, I got pretty heavy. I mean, the heaviest I got was over 130 kilos.
It's fucking crazy. I first met you in the UFC gym, which is bizarre, right?
Yeah.
And heard about you from Dave Lemke many times. Dave used to come around my house, tell me about he was writing your book. Big shout out to Dave. He's a fucking legend.
My other brother, if you ask me, the second most important person as of now, it is David Lemke.
He's lovely. My son grew up with his son, and yeah, we had some fun times. But I'll be honest, I've been going to gyms since I was 16 years old, right? I have never ever seen a dude in a wheelchair in a gym. And fucking hats off for you, because I was looking at you and I'm like, what the fuck is he trying to do? And you had a guy trying to help you. It was like never say never. I was just in awe. And I came over to you and I was like, yo, hello. And then I found out that you was the guy that Dave had been talking to me about for 2 years. But how do you feel watching other people move around so freely? And for you, everything is 20 times harder to set up, but you never say never.
But see, you asked that question as if my answer would be something like this is a new revelation.
No, I just think it's inspiring.
It's
inspiring,
yeah, but this question that you ask is every day, so it's mundane to me. So to be like, oh yeah, then I come up with this. No, it just sort of it has become so ingrained in my personality and how to overcome and everything like that that I don't actually think about it anymore. It almost becomes natural. You know what I'm saying?
But not only that, to get to the gym, there was like, what was it, three escalators. It was the most complicated gym to get to, but it's in the apartments where you live. And I just remember one day, I think you tried to do it. You went down. You can go down the escalator easily on your own, but going up is a little bit more difficult. You need help to go up.
It means nothing.
So for the listeners, basically, there's a gym on the 3rd floor of a complex, and this gentleman used to go in the gym and, get over that. You think about an escalator, how it goes up. You have to go up. Going down is a little bit whatever. But that's when I first saw you in your light, and I thought, if it was me, honestly, I would never even think about doing that. I just give up. So it was because of that, what I saw with you is when I started doing all my cycling. You were the one that inspired me to go cycling. You were the one that said, hey, Adam, you're cycling all around Vietnam. Why don't you do Strava art? And you were the one who showed me Strava art. And I was like, what the fuck is Strava art? Now in America, every city is pretty much parallel horizontal, right? It's all fucking laid out. And there's people that were cycling around that were drawing pictures in cities. And you were the one who said to me, do it in Vietnam. So I was like, okay, I'll do it. And I did a couple of them. But you've got to realize that in Vietnam, it's like Boston. The streets are fucked up. There's no, horizontal, vertical. It's fucking like spaghetti. It's fucking mad. So anybody that's listening to this that seen my Strava art, I've done 7 of them. That's because of this gentleman right here. He's the guy. He's responsible. Now, we're going to get into something. We're going to, the final part of this now, I want people to realize what it's like to live your life. So what kind of exercise must you do every day to stay healthy, at least?
Well, in the last couple months, I bought a gym that has a bench press and has a pulley weight, stuff like that. Um, uh, I had for the longest time enjoyed life. It got really heavy. In the last 3 months, I've lost 70 kilos, about 18 kilos. I just, I'm 53 now. I'm not into getting bulk or anything like that. I just want to lighten up and retain my core strength. So
Wait. You sound me ba? Sound me ba?
What?
Well, you no, nam me ba? Nam me ba?
Yeah, I'm 53 years old.
Sao hai me ba? Trời ơi.
1971, bitch.
So you have to do. I mean, I saw you was getting fit. You was doing boxing with my ex Rosal. I miss Rosal. I'm sure.
Yeah,
You
but
miss
see,
Rosal. You was
it's
doing
like,
boxing. My ex-girlfriend was a MMA fighter, and you were doing boxing with her. I mean, never say never. And then you got a little bit
why not?
sick.
Life and all this stuff and whatever. But now I'm sort of pivoting, and I just need to get ready to get old and
But
get ready.
what is the thing you have to do? I mean, for circulation, you have to
Yeah,
you have,
well, just keep my core strength so I can still do the transfers and still be able to be independent. So I do a 3 day rotation where I do my chest is one day, then my chest and arms, then I do my shoulders and back and blah blah. I just the one day that I miss is leg day.
that's fucked up. Now, please share with us like some of the less obvious daily struggles that you have to deal with week in and week out. The things that people probably won't realize. What are those struggles?
Well, one thing that I do have is I have weekly massages by sports massagers, which really has helped with the swelling of my legs and stuff like that because I sit all the time, and so the circulation of my legs get cut off and my feet swell and whatnot. And it doesn't help with diabetes because I was really getting fat and unhealthy.
You have
And
diabetes?
I did.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I don't know if I still do. I got it, but it was the one of being overweight. So if you lost the weight and get healthy, it's like I don't do insulin, I don't do anything for it anymore. But I just work out. I'm not dead yet, but I'm just my circulation is better. I mean, even just going to the bathroom or like after my workout, take a shower is really difficult. So a lot of times I get my nieces, I set up the sink so that I can have my hair washed and basically do a towel bath because after I work out, it's really hard to do the transfers and stuff like that.
Are you able to take care of yourself or you need help?
No, if I had to, I could live 100% myself. I mean, 2 years ago, I circumnavigated the globe. I went to Hanoi, then Germany, then I went to Amsterdam, then I went to Belgium, then I went to Paris, um, then I went to Miami, flew to New York, took a train to into Pennsylvania, then flew to Chicago, then flew to California, drove down to LA from San Francisco, came back, then went to Korea, then flew back to Vietnam by myself.
That's fucking unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable.
I mean, that was a bucket list for me. I've always wanted to circumnavigate the globe going one direction.
Now, I mean, I know you're often in great pain. You're often in a great deal of pain. And how do you manage that?
Well, it's one of those things that because my threshold in pain has over the years just gone up exponential. I know that I'm pain, but it doesn't bother me. I get used to it. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things. Like right now, both of my feet are are in pain, and so I just put one up on a stool and the other one's on the other stool, and I just adjust.
It's incredible. You've recently upgraded your wheelchair. It's probably the fastest wheelchair in the world now. Tell us about
Well,
that.
about
What have
the
you
world,
done?
but
And you're about to build a fucking bike. Come
yeah.
on.
So one of my transitions that I've always wanted to do is um, I went way back when in '94 when I was living in Da Nang. We built a three-wheel bike when I was on crutches, and I went from Da Nang to way over the Hai Bang Pass, which no one has ever done with the three-wheeler, and I did that. And you know, it's kind of one of those things. I've had a driver's license in America since 1986, and one of the things that I love about America is because they allow you to drive. It gives you that sense of independence in the fact you can get up and go everywhere. Basically, most of the majority of time, save the last couple of years, it's been I've always had to have a car because they don't allow other disabled people to drive here.
Oh,
But
really? In
yeah,
Vietnam?
yeah, in Vietnam, there's
Uh,
we can't get driver's license if we want to.
okay, fight for it. Fight for that.
But so the thing is, way back when I got a Dragonfly, which was an attachment onto my wheelchair, which is battery. It goes about 20 kilometers an hour. It's great. It gives it mobility, and I was using it for the neighborhood I live in. But it was sort of like one of those things that I put it on, and then all of a sudden I had a theme song, and I'd be going along, and in my head I'd be singing "On the Road Again, on the road again, my friend." You know, because I was only going 20 kilometers an hour, and I was just getting dusted by these guys of motorbikes and motorcycles. Like, sorry, I'm slow, sorry. But for Vietnamese or for most of the disabled people in the world, they use that because the battery is small enough to be able to travel and go up planes and stuff. But so a couple of years ago, I found a place up in Illinois. This guy was building that front attached electric bike. And, you know, I think it was one of those things that he wanted to make a bike that was, you know, overpowered or go a little faster, whatnot. And like originally it was going to go 20 kilometers an hour. And I asked him, do you have anyone that go big, that go faster than that? And he's all, yeah, I do, but you know, I'm really apprehensive about selling it and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, dude, I'm a guy who's fit. I've been around wheelchairs, I've done marathons, I've done this, that, the other thing. So let me handle the bike. And he's only built one. And my bike goes about 45 kilometers an hour. You know, I drive around Saigon traffic like it's nobody's fucking business. And the thing is, I love it because it has re given me that sort of sense of independence that I had in America, being able to travel around in Vietnam. It's like, example, it's like the idea of me going down to live in the countryside was really scary. In that every other time that I'd gone down there with my car, it's like if I want to visit anyone, everyone's far away. But then if I visited one, I had to have like get the car ready, have the entourage, blah blah blah. There's no like independence because you're always having to have a large group. You always have to get ready for it. But now I'm choosing in this, I'm not having a transition where I'm going to go down the countryside. I'm going to build that trike that I've always wanted, that bike that can go from city to city, to country, to be able, because that will give me the freedom. But as a designer, I want to be able to design this bike so that even able-bodied people will look at the bike, not know it's made for a wheelchair, and be like, I want to buy that fucking bike, maybe sit on it, maybe take selfies, and then I'll wheel up and get on that bike, my wheelchair on it, and ride away. And I'll leave you with that dumbfounded look at you. The fuck did I just see? And if I get any reaction from that, then I've been successful in my design. But it's one of those things that I really need to be able to put my hands on. And the only way that I'm going to do that is go to the countryside and do it. I can do it here in the city.
And what you've been doing recently is doing these fucking viral videos of you being like a Grab driver.
It actually came out right after COVID.
He did these fucking crazy videos. It's like grab a disabled guy, and the guy stands on the back of the bike, and you just
That's
fucking take it to a destination.
That's my own design.
It's
When we had the largest lockdown, and then we're coming out of it, and all of a sudden, I need a Halloween costume. So like, fuck, we're coming out of COVID, you know. So I'm like, okay, grab. So then I designed that little portable stand so that you could stand on a whole bunch of orders and I could push it. I thought that was sort of a funny thing. And
it's fucking hilarious.
You know, I've actually made it a series, but I'm actually gonna do a couple country grab in the countryside episodes.
You just had a video go viral. It's like 1 million hits. It's fucking funny as fuck. It's proper holy grail. It's really funny. Well done. Now you've also been in several famous rap videos, rap music videos in Vietnam. You've done some acting. Well, I mean, let's be honest. You love the attention, don't you?
You know, but it's one of those things. It's not about the attention for my own personal glory. I do it. What drives me is I want other disabled people to see that energy.
Yes.
And like, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay to be this way. It's okay to have dreams and aspirations. It's okay to go out there. You don't need to hide. You don't need to cower. You know, if I can do it, you can do it. I'm not the perfect guy. I'm not the most handsome guy. But what I have and what I show is my skill and energy and the perception of the zest of life. And I'm trying to do a documentary now. I tried to do it on my own. I realized that I was trying to push it. Right now, we're making a deck. I have some friends in Hollywood that will share the deck. All I want is, if somebody's interested in it, they want to produce the movie, and then the movie will happen. If nobody sees value in it, it won't happen. But the point of this movie that I want to share my life in that way is, again, we turn on our TVs and all we see is people dying here, people dying there. We have the war in Ukraine. We have the past that, maybe 20 kids have been died on just the other day, in Thailand. We have this, that, we have all these horrors in life. And we don't get enough stories about inspiration, about personal success, about, facing all the odds and still pulling through.
You fucking did that. So who would play you in the movie of you? Who would be the ideal actor? I'd say Al Pacino, to be honest.
I don't know. He doesn't look Filipino enough.
No, come on. Who's going to play you in the movie of you?
I would say me.
Exactly. Because you love the attention. Now, what advice?
It's one of my.
It's got to be you. It's got to be you.
I have little quirks and little like.
If you die, if you was to die, who's gonna be the one that fills your shoes?
The Rock.
The Rock.
Yeah.
Yes, it's The Rock. Oh, Rock. I hope you're listening to this. Right then, The Rock, it is on. Shit, that's perfect. Now, what advice can you share with any listeners who may have a disability or may feel like they can't face the challenges that life has thrown their way? If anybody can answer that question.
The thing is about life. A lot of times we get stuck in our heads, but you have to sometimes just go out there and face the music.
Yeah.
And it's difficult, it's hard, it's going to be uncomfortable. But the fact of the matter is, if you're able to do it or do better or be able to pass it, the sense of self-personal accomplishment, your pride will swell. You will be more energetic in wanting to sort of try new things because life is too short to be stuck in front of a TV if you can. I understand there are certain disabilities that we can't go over, but you can, by using other people's help and whatnot, to maybe challenge things that are uncomfortable, so that you become comfortable. It's kind of like my brother, who I grew up with all the time, has never really hung out with me as an adult. And as a kid, you don't really notice that much. But the other time we go into New York and he starts walking behind me and he's looking at all the people that's staring at me and looking at me and judging me. And he goes, dude, Tui, how the fuck can you have all those people staring at you and looking at you? And how can you be okay with that?
Mm.
And I'd say my answer is, you know what? They're going to judge. And if they judge in a negative way, it's not them that should feel sorry for me. It's me that feels sorry for them because they have to put me alongside them to make them feel better or perceive that they feel better than me. And I feel sorry for them for being that weak. You know what I'm saying? For you to think, but if you then look at what I've done in my life, I've run circles around your fucking ass. I've done things that you have only dreamed of doing, and yet you judge me for being a lesser human being because I'm in a wheelchair. So then my pity is on you, and your pity on me means nothing.
Lovely jubbly. If you didn't contact polio and you could still use your legs as normal, what do you think you would have done differently?
Well, I mean, that's one of those questions that is loaded because if I wasn't disabled, I wouldn't be the person that I am now. I
Exactly.
wouldn't have got, so yeah, I mean, the ironic question is that everybody always asks and they think they know. They ask, if you could change one thing in your life, would it be polio? And my answer, and because okay, all the bad things can go upstairs, can't do this, blah 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 blah. But the fact of the matter is, honestly, that's not what I would have choose because I wouldn't be the person that I am now.
So
But let's say I didn't ever get polio and I had the chance to go to America. I think one of my greatest dreams would be an athlete.
athlete, yeah, 100%. You'd have been Hulk Hogan, man.
Yeah, well, I would be 6 feet 2 inches tall. I'd be good size to be able like football. I love football. I would love to just do sports in the way that's what I did high school wrestling. I did kayaking. I've done horseback riding. I've done spelunking. I've done hiking, big long
More
hikes.
than me. More than me,
You
man. You've done
you
more than
know,
me.
I've done marathons. It's one of those things. I'll always try something once.
So if you could just have a new pair of legs for one day, what would you do?
I'd if I had legs for one day, I don't know, run.
With me?
Sure.
Would you run to me? Da, 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 da.
No, I wouldn't run to you. You'd be chasing me because
Yes!
you'd be a slow
I'd be,
ass.
I'd be fucking chasing you. I remember coming to your house and you're cycling all over the place. And you said it so sincerely. I was like, fuck, you was like, go do Strava art. And then you were like, oh, you're cycling everywhere. And I didn't know what to say about that. I didn't know how to react. I was like, I didn't want to piss you off, but I know you were proud of me. Um, what's your greatest achievement in life that you are the most proud of?
I mean, the fact that I'm still here. I right now I'm facing sort of a 2/3 life crisis right now,
Okay.
and yet, like for the last couple of weeks, it has been very dark. I've been very self-critical myself. There's a lot of change happening. The ironic thing is, I was born in Sa Dec, and yet I ran from Sa Dec because of war. But now I'm running back to Sa Dec to become
Nice.
reborn again.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And so, um, I'm always someone who always thinks big, and so it's hard to say one thing, but I think what's important is that I'm still here.
Have you ever considered adopting?
Well, I'm technically I've lost 2 children already, and so that's not. I'm not going to go into detail with that. That's just a personal tragedy. So, but yeah, I mean, it's like if I come through this next stage in my life, I don't know if I'm going to find love or not, but if I become successful, I would like to try to hire a surrogate. If that doesn't work, then I would definitely want to adopt because my biological clock is ticking and I still want to have time to be able to pass on my knowledge as a teacher, as a
Well,
father, as
the
another
reason
human.
the reason I asked that question is because I'm up for adoption. I don't have any parents. So will you adopt me now? Because
Actually,
I need somebody to walk me down the aisle. So the final
no,
question is the final
yeah,
question is the
no,
final
but this
question is the final question on this
phallus,
podcast is
the phallus,
will
the
you be
phallus,
my father?
what the phallus of that last statement that you need somebody to walk you down the aisle. I can't walk, you motherfucker.
Oh, you can walk. You fucking glide, my friend. Now, will you
No,
walk me?
but see,
Will
no,
you
no,
be
but
my father?
again, you're thinking wrong. I'm the floating fat man.
Will you be my father?
Luke, your name is not Luke.
No, my son is Luke. But
Be his father.
will you be my father? To end this
No.
conversation, will you be my father? I am up for adoption. Will you take me in your arms, baby?
No, what is that song that MC Hammer sings?
Can't touch
Touch.
this. Oh, hey, listen, it's been a pleasure. We've done 5 hours here. Absolutely amazing. Anybody that's listened to this podcast, I hope you've fucking felt the heart of this gentleman right here. And the answer to the last question is he's already my father. He's my biological father. I found my father.
I,
Oh,
ca-
yes.
I came on a piece of toast and then he was born. Fuck.
Now, please end the podcast with a message to all the Vietnamese people in Vietnamese, please.
Anh là người Việt Nam. Anh sinh ra ở Việt Nam, bây giờ anh sống ở Việt Nam. saunay ay sebikan yung dungwengan. I said I was born in Vietnam. I live in Vietnam.
Don't worry.
You all know me, but don't forget me.
I love you. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, bro. This has been amazing. I told you that we would have great fun. I hope that the listeners just listen to my story. You know, if you get something out of it, great. If you're inspired, fantastic. Just remember that we all only live once, and we need to make it. We need to make it our own. And you do. I mean, you're gonna have struggles. You're gonna have trials and tribulations. You got high points, low points, but just remember, keep on keeping on.
Never say never. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm coming around seeing you tomorrow. Get a good movie. All right,
Okay.
lad. Take it out.
Yeah.
Have it large. Thank you very much. I love you, brother. I love you.
Yeah, I love you.
You're a fucking geezer. I'll see you later.
You know.